Hello. Welcome to Sprints. How are we all? I know I literally just asked you off camera, but I'm going to ask you again now. How are we all?
Good.
Tired.
I was going to say there is a vibe of sleepiness, and I feel like for the Brits, it's all like, yeah, it's been a long weekend, and for Cara, it's like, I don't know, how long have you been awake? Like an hour or two?
Yeah, it's like, a little more than that, but like it's very, very hot here today, so I might also be sleepy from heat. I don't know.
That's fair. That's fair. Hannah has a cold. I have a cold. Lizzie has been working a ridiculous shift all weekend. Zach was going to join us, has just decided he doesn't want to anymore because he's too tired. So, Olivia, you're going to have to carry this entire thing. Hope that's okay.
Sure.
Because doing your own yesterday wasn't enough. It is now officially time to goth. Hey, Pixie, hope you're well. Hi, Lynn. Hi, I've got an iced mocha in my hands. I'm ready to read Night Film in Hacienda. I keep meaning to read Hacienda, and then I keep not reading Hacienda, but I mean to. Goth O'Clock. And yay, sprints. Let me know what you guys are reading. I'm going to start. I'm assuming those who are here know who I am, but my name is Hannah, and I've decided to make my evening nice and complicated. When Amy jumps on later, Amy is going to be writing. So I've decided that I'm going to roll a dice every time we do sprints. And if I land on one, then I will write. But then I've got a book for every other number.
Oh my gosh.
Because I need to be held accountable. I need to read. There's a couple on here that I'm very close to finishing, or are graphic novels, so I could finish in an evening. And I know Olivia supports me in wanting to finish multiple books in an evening. So,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
You should. I hope you roll lots of ones and you end up writing a whole load.
To be fair, the thing is, I know you're saying it because of the book challenge thing, but I also know that you're saying it because as a fellow writer, you know I need to get it done. So
You need to write. So
it's a win-win for you, for sure. So, Hannah Ryan, do you want to introduce yourself and what you'll be reading?
Yeah, so I'm Hannah of the book Women's Feast, which to be fair has been super quiet because I've not been doing anything. I've barely been reading. I'm hoping to finish this, which I started on Olivia's sprint like a week ago, I think, at this point. I've lost track of time, but I've been reading it a while and it's not a big book. So hopefully I'll finally finish it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
That's about it. Hopefully not dying. That's the other thing.
That's the key. That's the key there. Cara, what are you reading? Or are you knitting this eve?
So I am going to be knitting during the hangout parts. This is the cat blanket I was discussing yesterday, and important update that I forgot to mention yesterday is that one of my other cats has already started laying on it, so I'm predicting I'm going to end up making them each their individual blanket.
Cute.
So we'll see. And as for reading, I am super, super close to finishing the audiobook for Witchlings by Claribel Ortega, which I love so far. So I might do that, or I also am reading The Treehouse Library by Anna James in the Pages & Co. series, which I'm really excited because I think this one, I remember seeing that it involves like The Secret Garden and Robin Hood, which I love both of those things. So looking forward to it.
Is that that's the last one but one, right? I think there's like one more to come out.
Yeah, so I've been buddy reading it with a couple of friends, and I didn't realize, which I should have realized, but I didn't realize until just now that like the both of them are Australian, and the books come out in the UK and Australia like a few months earlier than in the US. So I guess this is the last one that I have to like read along with them, and then probably I'll just like pop up in the group chat when I finally can get the last book.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, because yeah, I think that's the last one that I've got to read. I read the first four. I loved the original trilogy. The fourth one lost me a little bit, but I'm excited.
Yeah.
If it's got Robin Hood, like I'm intrigued.
Right, like I felt very similarly. I really enjoyed the first three, especially the second one was my favorite because like I love fairy tales and things that like discuss fairy tales, so that was great. And then I also feel like the fourth one, the connecting all of the plot threads together, I was kind of like, did we need to do this? Like this is, I'm almost like more confused now that we have answers. So yeah, I also, the fourth one was not my favorite, but I am looking forward to this one. And I do love, like, even if I'm not loving the plot stuff, I love the new characters that we're getting. So I'm like, okay, that's fine.
That's fair. That's fair. And then Olivia, do you want to introduce yourself and what you're up to this evening?
I'm Olivia from Olivia's Catastrophe. I'm going to be reading. I'm reading Harrow Lake by Kat Ellis. I've got like 100 pages left, which is still a lot actually, but it's really, really good. And I'm kind of in a bit, I'm not in a reading slump, I'm in a rating slump. So I'm not in the mood to read much, but I'm going to read now.
That's fair. Do you find, like, when you said, like, I've only got 100 pages left, for some reason, cognitively, I think that the last 100 pages is the easiest 100 pages to read, but, like, the first 100 pages of a book is a slog.
No, I agree. I've always felt like that. Like,
I think I'm the opposite.
You're
I
like,
find
no.
finishing a book hard.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think the hardest part for me is like all the pages in the middle, because like even though like if it's a book that I'm struggling with, then like yes, the first 100 pages are the worst. But if it's a book that like maybe I'm just not loving, I feel like the first 100 pages I can motivate myself, and then the last 100 pages I can, but everything in the middle I'm like just no man's land.
That's fair. That's fair. And Lizzie, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Oh God, my voice just decided.
Sure.
Hi, I'm Lizzie from Bombadil's Bookish Things. A dead YouTube channel for now, but it will be returning. Hopefully, it'll be a zombie at some point. Don't know. We'll see. I had a video idea, but this weekend I was going to do it, and then I had a bunch of shifts that appeared out of nowhere, and so I'm really tired. So it's not going to happen. But I am in a real struggle bus of reading physically. It's just not a thing I want to do at the moment. So I've been finding audiobooks, and Spotify has come through. So I'm going to be listening to Woman Eating by Claire Coda. It's clearly quite a big one. So we'll see how far I get through, because I'll be starting it today.
Very curious to see what you'll think of that one as someone who struggled with it.
Yeah, I DNF'd it.
Oh no!
Oh no! See, this is the thing. So I didn't even try it because obviously it came from Olivia's unhaul, but I wanted to try it. Then Hannah, I think I heard that you DNF'd it, and then I went to a silent book club thing, which is where like a bunch of people meet at a pub, like chat for a bit, read for an hour in silence, and then like chat a bit and then go home. And I really enjoyed that. But the guy that was sat opposite me had like 80 pages left of Woman Eating and wasn't enjoying it. And he's like, I really hope the ending like is worth it. And then he went, and I was like, I don't need it.
Oh no!
I was like, I don't need to know. So I think we were both expecting it to be more vampire-y than it actually was.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm really looking forward to reading it now, guys. Thanks.
The thing is, if you don't like it, you can just unhaul it because you'll be in good company today.
Did you unhaul it to Lizzie?
Yeah.
Is this book just passed around? This
Wow, it's like the cursed book that nobody can finish.
Yeah,
Or nobody
no,
can enjoy.
I unhaul things to Hannah all the time, and Hannah unhauls things to me all the time. So it's just like
Yeah.
living in the same house. We just sort of go.
Right.
It doesn't always feel like things are actually unhauled because my thought is I was like, if Lizzie likes it, I might give it a go. It's still there. It's just not my book. But like Lizzie did a massive unhaul this weekend and unhauled 37 books. There are 12 sat looking at me that I am considering.
Did
but
that
there's
grow from
already
7?
Yeah. Yeah. It is. Because when I said 7 to you, I realized that was only the hardbacks. There was a stack of paperbacks that I just ignored. But there are a couple that I've already decided I'm not going to keep because actually people didn't like them in the comments yesterday. And actually one of them, Cara, was the Undertaking of Heart and Mercy that you didn't like. And I was like, I don't need it then. So I've already ticked that off as I don't need it. It's fine. Anyway, let's have a look at the comments and see who else has arrived. Hello and welcome. Eleanor's joining me next week. I'm very excited about it. Hey, Abby. Abby was also going to join today, but Abby is too tired, and that is valid. Ali just wants me to say mocha again.
I love that too. We say mocha.
Oh, okay.
What?
I was like, what am I saying wrong? Mocha.
Mocha? I've
Mocha.
never heard that before.
Yeah, that's how we say it in the US. I don't know about Canada, but
Wow.
Incredible. So Eleanor is reading Our Share of the Night, which is one of the books they got from Waypoint, which is really exciting. And actually, Eleanor, I get to say this to your face, kind of. Your code was used today, so you get another free Waypoint box. Isn't that fun? Abby also got a code used today, so both of you get another box. I'm thrilled. Oh my god, a game that's so fun. I do that with 20 books when I'm reading. It's just life, isn't it? Just like picking books at random. I'm starting with Our Share of the Night, then Les Mis, then Folk Tales, then Abortion. Is that how you say that? And I feel like it's less complicated than your somehow, but it's because you've got 4 books that are huge, and I've got 6 books that are tiny. So I also feel like I have too many books on the go for my brain. I think I'll finish The Beginning of the World at the end of the night. Short stories, so it feels easier. That's a really long title. I started that entire sentence thinking I could do it in one breath, and then finished with like a gasp. I was like, I can do this. This is fine. It's not fine.
Overconfident.
Yeah. Oh, Cara, that's me all over. It's thinking that I can do things that I am not capable of doing. We've got Love for the Cat blanket. I'm going to start Paradise Lost. There it is. And then edit my Gothtober vlog. Hopefully I get it done before the month ends. I have no doubt, Pixie. So long as you don't have any stressful times, touch wood, I'm sure you'll be fine. Our Share of the Night sounds interesting. Oh, I was like all for picking up Our Share of the Night because I really like the premise and it is why I recommended it to people. And then Abby like took it and was like, yes, I want to read this. It has no chapters. It has parts.
Oh no.
And I'm like, oh, that's me tapped out then. I can't do that. Sorry.
You're like, bye everyone.
I recommended this book that I hope you really like, but it won't be for me. Yeah. It's not going the direction I was expecting, but the representation is fantastic. Okay, good. This is good. I'm pleased for this. The last 100 pages are so easy to read. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I always think, and it will always be just before I go to bed as well. I'll always think it's the last 100 pages before I go to sleep. I'll be fine. And then at 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm like, why do my eyes hurt? It's like, oh, because I should have been asleep hours ago. I started Death of a Bookseller, and I'm not really feeling it, but I might be the first of 100 pages. That's fair. That's fair. I've heard really mixed things about Death of a Bookseller, but we're all big fans of DNFing here. So if that's what needs to happen, that's what needs to happen. Has anyone else here read Our Share of the Night?
It's sitting over there waiting to be read along with everything else.
It is enormous. It is enormous. I feel like it's one of those ones you've got to like emotionally prepare. And now that I know it has no chapters, I will only be doing that as an audiobook. Like I will only be able to do that as an audiobook. It's very interesting reads. So much going on. I'm still trying to work out what's going on. Valid. Everything in the middle is difficult. Do you know what? When you said this, I was like, writing is the same. I can start a book, I can start a new project, I can finish a new project. That bit in the middle, too hard. Can't do it. That sounds great. I would love being confused when I read. Yeah. Have you read Piranesi? Yes, we'd also recommend. Recommend, especially if you like being confused, for sure.
I don't like being confused, and that's why I haven't read Gideon the Ninth, even though everything else about it sounds amazing.
That's fair. Woman Eating was just okay.
I'm really, really glad, guys. So glad.
It's fine. You've got other books on your TBR. You can always. What prompt was that for in the end? Humans Are Delicious.
No, I don't remember. It might have been BIPOC. I don't know.
Oh, interesting.
We just got the main character, I think, is mixed race, but I could again be completely wrong.
I think you're right. And the author's Asian mixed race, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was for BIPOC, yeah.
Fair. I was confused until the last 30 pages. It was such a good time. To be fair, I remember doing that as an audiobook, and I was like, it's going to explain it soon. Something's going to get explained to me. And then suddenly, it was just, oh, that's what happened. Okay. I am Woman Eating Defender. I might know. It was. Do you know there was something else you put earlier? I think it was either yesterday. It was another book where you were like, but I really liked it, and I was like,
Frankenstein.
Okay. That was it. Yeah.
But Olivia Savannah also loves Frankenstein. So.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've got like 70 pages to go on Frankenstein. I've done like really well over the last 2 days, but I'm still just like, you know what we were saying yesterday about like the actual, like the Dr. Frankenstein, all of his complaints are absolutely problems he just didn't need to have. Like none of this needed to happen if he had just hung around for like 5 more minutes.
Yeah. Or if he had listened when the creature literally told him, "Here's what I'm gonna do if you don't listen to me," and then he's like surprised Pikachu face, like,
Yeah.
I can't.
I'm just at that bit where the monster is like, so I made these friends and they were really nice to me, and then they saw what I looked like and then they cast me aside. If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't hate humans, but now I hate you and you need to fix me. And he's just like, I probably won't though.
Yeah.
I might just not. Just tee.
It's like Dr. Frankenstein not only creates his own problems, but he creates everybody else's problems who can do nothing about it.
I'm probably not going about crisps.
Hey, Amy, and welcome. I didn't
Hello.
catch that because you were hidden beneath my tabs, so I'm sorry. And I'm glad you're able to join.
The same's happened to me. Sarah's just talking to Kev about crisps. I just realised I'm not.
Oh, I did something like that the other day. I was on someone during a business meeting that I was in, we were like in a breakout room, and then the breakout room timed out, so we went back to the main room, and the person I was talking to had just mentioned sausage sandwiches. So I then sat here by myself and was like, oh, now I really fancy a sausage sandwich, to myself, not realizing that my internet for the first time ever had actually worked quicker than I was expecting it to. So I just like enter this room full of people talking and go, I really fancy a sausage sandwich. And they're like, Hannah, you're not muted. And I was like, oh, of course I'm not.
I mean, ice broken, I suppose, if you just end to talk about sausage sandwiches.
I'm like, icebreaker. Amy, do you want to quickly introduce yourself and what you'll be up to this evening before we continue?
Yes, so I am a YouTuber at Amy McCall, if you want to find me, and I'm the author of the Mina and the Undead books. So I'm going to be editing the third Mina book tonight. So I'm working on Mina and the Cult at the moment. I've just got my edits back from my editors. I'm at that stage where I'm half sulking because it's going to be really hard, but also feeling mostly optimistic that I can do this, and I've done this before. So lots of emotions. So if you see me frowning to smiling to everything in between, that's why.
Love that. So I'm trying not to like sniff too much because I'm like, you guys don't need to hear that. That's awful.
Lizzie, did you like Priory?
I liked Priory. I was reading A Day of Fallen Night. I didn't enjoy it as much, but I think that might just be because my mood is not reading mood. I don't know. I thought it was interesting how it connected, but I don't really see the point of it existing. Like, I don't understand the point of A Day of Fallen Night being a thing. Like, I get it was a lot more like loads more battles and loads more dragons than was in Priory, but like Priory was fine as a standalone, and it only connects slightly. So I don't know. I know that she's writing another one, and it's going to be another prequel, and I'm like, why?
I was intrigued by Priory in the first place because I think it was a standalone in the beginning.
It was a standalone, yeah.
They
And
made
it's
a big
still,
deal out of it.
Yeah, and she still says it is still a standalone. It's not. It's now a series. Like, you've done a prequel. Like, no one will convince me that doesn't make a series.
Yeah.
I find it so bizarre when people write a book and then write a prequel rather than do like if they're going to make it a series, make it a series and then do a prequel. My brain can't cope with that. Like Legends and Lattes has done the same thing. So the second book that's come out is technically the first book. And I'm like, why?
The thing I find so frustrating about it is, like, by definition, the prequel is not going to be as interesting because, like, you chose to start the original book at a certain point for a reason. So, like, why would I want to read something that gets me up to the point before things get interesting? Like, I know that prequels still have their own story arcs and everything, but like, I'm a hard sell on prequels. I have issues with the concept, I guess.
Well, I'm the same with when you get additional content with like new editions of the book, I quite often find myself not reading it because I'm like, well, it's like a deleted scene that got deleted for a reason almost. Like, I've read the plot and I like the plot as it is, so I find, same as you, Hannah, my brain finds it hard to go, what is this extra thing? Like, the book was the thing to me. I don't need a thing before it or after it, or
no.
Watch me do one of them now, and you're all gonna be like, "You said you."
Like, what happened to Mina before she went to New Orleans? I need to know. It's it's the reference you keep making to her biting one boy who deserved it, and I'm like, if you do a prequel, that needs to be the story. It could be a short story. It can be flash fiction. I don't care. Like, if you do anything that's pre those books, it needs to be that for me, for my fan service.
Yeah, I mean, that was just how I imagined her. It was one of the first things I imagined. What kind of person is she? Like, her mum had named her Mina because she was obsessed with vampires, and there's vampire books all around the house. So what does little Mina want to dress up as? But a vampire. It was bound to happen, wasn't it? Obnoxious kid, bitten, you know.
Yeah.
I do,
absolutely.
in defense of prequels, not the only, but like one of the very few prequels I like, and I now know like the Maze Runner series is a whole thing, but the Maze Runner prequel goes all the way back to the beginning, which is like several years before. And I found it more interesting than the main series. And I think that can only happen when you've got a really, really good world. Like, I would read a prequel of the 5th season when the 1st season happens, or like for a film like A Quiet Place 2 was interesting, but it doesn't always work. Like, it's very rare that works.
And I think also like the long time gap, I think helps, because
That
like
makes a massive
actually,
difference.
so like Gail Carson Levine, my favorite book of hers has always been The Two Princesses of Bamar. It just gives me like all of the sister feelings, and a lot of people didn't like the prequel for that one. I did, because it was so far back that it basically felt like a completely different world and story. It was before like some of the countries even existed. So that one I enjoyed, whereas the Ella Enchanted prequel I really didn't like. So I think timing is also important.
Well, the
That's
thing is, with A Day of Fallen Night, it is like thousands of years before the events in Priory. But the thing they're referencing, you know how it ends because that they talk about it in Priory. So like they have this whole like build up, and it's like, but I know that this literally gonna have zero impact. Like I know this. Like I know that you're gonna win. I don't know why we're playing this off that we might all die. Like I don't understand why you're doing that, because we know that that's not what happens.
Yeah.
I sometimes like that. Like I haven't read the Outlander books, but in the Outlander TV show, I thought they did that really well. Like Claire knew some stuff that Jamie was talking about. He was like, "Oh, we're going to do this battle," and she's like, "Ah, no, that's like the worst battle in, the English Civil War." And I think that sometimes things like that are useful. Like she didn't have all the information, so she couldn't say, "Okay, this is how you win the war." Like she knew bits of it, and she knew it was terrible, and most people died. And that kind of upped the tension for me, because you knew he was likely to fail. Whereas what you're saying is like the opposite. If you know that they succeed, the stakes are really low, aren't they?
Well, it just sort of like it made it really pointless. Like there was a whole chase scene with a baby, and the baby is like the line, like the successor of a line, and it's like, but we literally know that this baby is going to live. Like we know this because there's only one child that this line of women can have, and they will always be the successor, and she will always have a girl child because of like a curse they will put on her. So I literally don't understand why we're playing this off like this, because we literally know that they're going to be okay.
Yeah.
So it's just stuff like that. It's like you're building up tension when actually there is zero tension here.
Yeah. I don't like prequels where like there's a series where the main character is like super smart and competent and good at their job, and then the prequel is like, how about when they weren't? And I'm like, why would I want to read that? Like I enjoy, like, mystery series do this all the time, and I don't understand why. It's like the thing that I like about this main character is that they're good at solving the mystery that I'm reading. Why would I want to read a prequel where it's like they're not as good at their job? Like I'm here for the competency. Like I don't know.
That's fair. That's fair. Hey, Georgia, I hope you have a better time with Priory now that we've just spent all that time discussing the prequel. That's so cool to hear. I'm glad people are getting your subscription. Such good value. Oh, there we go. It's the shouter. I didn't shout it out yesterday because I was eating, but otherwise I probably would have tried to plug it just a little bit. Overconfident is my middle name, as is delusional. All of them. I think they are synonymous.
Yeah, they're good qualities to have together, aren't they? Like,
yeah, I think so. Especially when you're chasing a career in the arts, for sure.
Yeah. Oh god, there's got to be some delusion in there,
right? You got to back yourself. Yeah.
Relatable.
One day.
I'm starting Fourth Wing, which is getting full video review from me. Nice, I'm enjoying it, but I have some gripes. Ooh, interesting. With disability and chronic pain rep, more of an attack on society than the author, though. Valid. I'll share that I'm reading 50 pages of this brick and nothing else. I need to get back to my reading again. That's fair. That's fair. 50 pages each day works. And most books are better than Dune. I feel really bad because I obviously we were talking about this yesterday, that I made a comment that there are no good sci-fis from before the 90s. And the first book that was recommended to me from a friend in response to that was like, oh, you should try Dune. And I felt really bad saying, oh, I tried Dune, and I DNF'd like 5 pages in and was like, I don't want it. So I feel like I
think
agree
if
with
I was-
this, even if others don't.
I think if I was reading it physically, I would not have. It would have been a DNF, but the audiobook is pretty good. Like the audiobook, like it's a very dense sci-fi with like fantastical elements. Like it's not super. It is super sci-fi, but it also isn't just sci-fi. But I definitely recommend the audiobook to get through it.
But I don't know if I want to get through it though. That's the thing. And like it's really funny Pixie saying that it feels like a dude fantasy vibe, because the first person to recommend it to me was a media studies teacher who told me it's the only book he really reads. He'll just read that like every year. And anytime a guy says this to me, and
Red
this is
flag.
this is going to absolutely be man hating. I'm sorry. Anytime a man tells me that he only reads one book but he reads it every year, red flag. Like,
It is though. It is.
like, read other things. Try.
Yeah.
Anyway. Although having said that, Zach is currently rereading the Beast Quest books. I'm calling that an amber flag because there's more than one book, but he has read them like 1,000 times. So, swings and roundabouts. 5 meter is accurate. Yeah, that's fair. The only thing I remember from the second Doom book is Paul saying his sister is hot. Gross. Didn't need to know that. I hate that.
I've not read the rest of the series. I've just read the first one.
Yeah. I don't want to know.
This is the question. This is the question.
The only report that worked for me is the one for Into the Drowning Deep. It was short, sweet, and added to the main story. That's fair.
Oh no.
Whoops.
I'm so excited, guys. Now I know how you feel about women eating, Lizzie.
Oh, I'm sorry. And I'm also, the comedic timing of me just not seeing that comment as we're all going off is
Yeah.
so funny to me. Incredible. Yeah. Did a great prequel. There we go. We agree with you on that one. The audiobook, maybe. Incredible. Hello and welcome. We've got royalty here. How exciting. A prequel to the Palinor series is set way back in a different viewpoint. Yeah. That's cool. Abby, have you I'm assuming you've read your prequel for Skullduggery. Text me your thoughts. Don't put them in the chat because I don't want spoilers, but text me your thoughts because we haven't caught up about it yet. Hopefully you enjoy it.
It could happen.
Who knows? You like sci-fi, so you're already off to a better start than me, who thinks they hate sci-fi. Is always proved wrong, but thinks they.
And I was also a bit nervous about The Name of the Wind, and that I did end up enjoying that one a lot. So maybe it would.
That's fair. That's fair. And he needs to have a word with himself. He does. He does. I read June years ago and loved it. I don't know if it would hold up now. Well, there you go. You've got Lynn on sides, so long as Lynn doesn't reread it. I streamed through those last ones really quickly because I really wanted to start the sprint at past. So I am just going to really quickly roll my dice to see which book I'm reading, because of course I've made it too complicated for myself, Amy. If I land on a 1, I get to write. All the other numbers are books, and it's a 4. So the book that I've got to pick up, I think, is Lore Olympus. Oh no, it's not. It's The Old Woman and the Knife. So I will be reading this one because I get halfway through. So potentially.
I like that book.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it. It took me a while to warm up to it, but I am enjoying it now. So anyway, let's press play on that. And I'll see you guys in 45. Hey, hey, hey.
Hello.
How did we do? I managed 32 pages.
Nice. I'm writing an outline. Well, I'd already written an outline of Mina 3, but it was like from a previous version. So I'm editing the outline to actually make it match what I've written, which sounds like a quick job. And I always think stuff like that, oh, it'll take me an hour. I'm on the second night of doing it,
Oh,
a third of the way through. Because it's just really involved. Like you have to read the chapter, then read the outline and figure out if they match. And of course, they invariably don't. So then you have to change it. But it's just so useful because it means when it comes to doing the stuff my editor wants me to do and the stuff I want to do, I can map it out on the outline first. Because I do tend to be a pantser and it doesn't work at this stage that I can't pants anymore. Like I've got to actually say, okay, if this person does this thing earlier on in the book, they need to follow it up later. And it's that kind of thing that you can't do when you're pantsing. You've just got to check all your threads are really tight. So yeah, it's a bit boring what I'm doing, but I know I just keep telling myself this will be useful. Come on, get it done,
Yeah.
and then actually get to the proper edits. So yeah, I'm at glum stage, so sulking while I was working probably. But I was watching Cameron Chaney's new video. It's really good. If anybody hasn't watched it yet, it's 100 Halloween books that he recommends, and they're like more vintagey ones. And he's going to do another one of modern books, and it's great because he's so knowledgeable. Like I feel like I know Point Horror and Fear Street and stuff like that pretty well, but he knows so much. Like he's kind of filling in gaps in my knowledge, and like he's got 20 books about Sleepy Hollow, so there's like one in there that you'll like probably. So yeah, I've been half watching that and half editing too.
Nice. I like that. What about you, Hannah?
I read 5 pages if I'm lucky, I think, because I went foraging for food and drinks instead and then got distracted.
It happens. That's valid. You read some pages, and I'm assuming the foraging was a success?
I had a latte, which I finished, then went foraging again, and I found some Pringles I forgot I bought. So
Nice.
yeah.
So I would class that as a success for sure.
surprise Pringles, always a good sign.
What about you, Olivia?
I read 46 pages. Progress. It's good. I do think it's a bit slow, but it's good.
That's fair. That's totally fair. Lizzie, how's woman eating?
Well, I listened to 50 pages because Spotify, I figured out how to make the audiobook quicker. I'm enjoying it right now because there's enough of like her like struggling to be an adult, but also an adult like vampire on her own. So I kind of enjoy that. And I like that she's just like, I've had enough, and she literally just falls off her chair because I'm like, that is such a mood. Like, and I think like that's the thing. I'm enjoying it more than I thought I would, but I'm also so tired. I don't know how it happened, and I didn't fall asleep, but I was slumped over. Like, and then that's why I set my camera off because I was like, I need to like sit up.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't do it on purpose, but like.
For those of you who have not watched a live show from me before, Lizzie has fallen asleep on live shows multiple times. Not just like once, but like a few times on different live shows. And there has also been a D&D session that I'm pretty sure Hannah was there for, where at one point, I'm pretty sure Lizzie fell asleep during D&D as well. Lizzie streams from their bed. It is a mistake. It is a mistake because you are so cozy and they just get more and more horizontal until eventually they are unconscious. And I try not to take it personally, but here we are.
I like sleep, and I'm here. Like I didn't fall asleep. I just was suddenly like, oh, this is where I am right now. Okay, cool. But like, I remember actually listening to all of it, so
that's good. That's fair. What about you, Cara?
It was good. I also went foraging for some food and things. And then I also read about 7 chapters of the Treehouse Library. And I'm continuing to really enjoy it. Like, they're just such lovely, cozy books that even when they're not like my favorite in the series, I'm like, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah, I
Just
really
a
like
nice
the cozy
time.
vibe of them for sure.
Yeah. And it's fun too because like not so much in this one, but like in one of the previous books, it's fun seeing like obviously she's a UK author, so seeing what are like the iconic children's books that are like a little bit different. Like the Railway Children, I've never read. That's not really a big thing here. And so I realized I was assuming it was like the Boxcar Children, where they like live in like a train car, and that's not what it is. So
No,
it's been
no,
fun.
it's different. It's cute though. I think it's one of the ones that I think you'd quite like as like a
Mhm.
children's classic. I think you'd
Okay.
rate it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's see what people are saying in the comments. So Pixie realized that they had said fantasy instead of sci-fi, but Kara was on it and said that they are so closely related. We didn't even register them. So I didn't notice. I didn't even, it genuinely didn't bother me at all. Abby managed 18 pages and now it's time for dinner. So more foraging for foods. Nor with perplexing thoughts to interpret the sweet life. Yeah. No. Yeah. Agreed. And I love that Olivia came in with the original himbo. Love that. So Eleanor managed their 50 pages of Share the Night, and they made halloumi burgers. Delicious. I love that everyone's eating. Everyone's eating. I made Lizzie like force down some dinner before we started because I was like, if I don't, I'm gonna be foraging halfway through the sprints. And you guys were like, no, we've got this.
We're going to forage halfway through the sprints. Yeah.
Abby's promising to finish their section in the next sprint. Read 34 pages of Night Film. Nice. Finished Attack of Titan Volume 8. Does that mean you're going to pick up Volume 9 or are you going to pick up something else in the meantime? Let me know. I finished Book 8 of Paradise Lost, in which Adam asked angels to fuck. He's like, I've got honest questions. These are valid questions. I need to know. Do angels or do angels not fuck? I need to know. Finished chapter of Killing for Company. Also, the way Adam describes Eve creation, he's everything. She's just Eve.
This is why Paradise Lost is great. Like, it's all fancy poetry, but if you actually look at what it's saying, it's quite entertaining.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I would love to see like that kind of modern interpretation of it though, of like he's everything and she's just Eve style Paradise Lost. Yeah, food foraging was strong. Also, not to make everything about the Locked Tomb, but I got One Flesh, One Heart, One Soul and got emotional about Gideon. Cute. Oh, I'm sorry. My mum just texted me. I went to click on, to click off the comment. And my mum has just texted me because she's got a venue based in Kent that has hosted plays in their garden before. They've got like this really beautiful decorative garden. And she has. I've written a play. I was talking about it yesterday. I don't know if it's any good because like people keep saying they're going to read it and then just reading like a little bit of it. But my mum apparently has already decided that it needs to be a thing, and she's spoken to Roby about putting it on in this garden. So I'm going to text my mum back about that in the next sprint and find out what the happily haps with that are.
Yeah, congrats.
Because I don't live in Kent anymore, so that could be interesting. Trying to organise something that's in Kent when I'm not. But here we go. When do we not? I mean, to be fair, valid. Okay, cool. Right. Are we continuing with our reads for the next sprint or are we doing something different? What's the plan, guys?
I'm continuing.
I mean, I'm going to see if I actually read.
Would be a good start. Yep.
Yeah, I'm reading through my outline, hoping I can get it done. Just heard a tiny person cough upstairs, so if I vanish, that's where I am.
That's fair.
I think I am going to keep going with the Treehouse Library. Also probably going to get another coffee because I need it. So I don't think that's exactly the same as foraging, but it's foraging adjacent.
Foraging adjacent, and we'll allow it. Would Adam even not, if not Barbies that God is playing with? They are the original Sims. Yeah. I'm reading our Share of the Night pages. Good. Yeah, we love a call out. We do, to be fair, I do feel like there has been a real great culture in any of my live streams of people just being like, let's call that out for a second. Let's have a little bit of honesty, actually. And I appreciate that. I'm going to roll my dice because I want to do that for every sprint because I'm difficult. And I landed on 6, which means I am reading something different. What am I reading? I'm reading The Lux, which I'm not as excited about reading, but that's fine. It's very, very different from
the one by
So
the one by Anna Godberson. Oh my gosh, that's a throwback. Like,
Yeah.
I remember me and my a few of my friends in like middle school, we were all reading those books around the same time. And so it was like one of those like they would get passed around to all the girls in like the friend group like good times. The
What a vibe.
books,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
but like the pre-book club that we started,
Yeah.
iconic.
Yeah. I missed these. These kind of came out when I was in my Twilight era.
Mhm.
Yeah, 2008, 2007. So I think I don't know if I was reading much at this point, but I know that when this came out, I missed it. And then it was one of the ones where when I joined BookTube, it was one that everyone had read, and therefore some people were
Yes.
rereading, and they were like, it's Gossip Girl, but it's set in like the 1800s or whatever. And I was like, those are two things that I love, so why wouldn't I enjoy this? But just
Yeah.
never got around to reading it. And then I found all 4 books in a charity shop, and they were like 20 pence each. So I was like, well, that is a steal. So for 80 pence, I was going to read all 4. Was a mistake buying them just before this TBR thing, though, because I feel like I've not even finished 1, and I've still got another 3 on my shelves,
You can
because
always...
I am enjoying it. So
you are
I do
enjoying
finish
it.
them, but
I was going to say, you can always unhaul them
Right.
if you don't like them, but you're enjoying them.
I am enjoying them. I just know I won't finish all 4 this year.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
is
As
what
I
it is.
recall, it's just like maximum drama all the time.
My favorite character so far is, I think her name, I can't remember if it's Diana. Yeah, Diana, the Elizabeth's younger sister, who is just like, oh, we're poor now, sweet, I can do whatever I like. And I'm like, I love her. Like, she's so feisty.
She's making lemonade out of lemons, I guess.
She is, and trying to kiss everybody. Paradise Lost feels difficult to pick up, but once I'm in it, it's not that hard, and I have a lot of fun. I really enjoy your translations, so I'm excited for you to continue that. Right, okay, let's set up the thing again then, and I will see you guys again in 45 minutes. Hey, hey, hey. How
Hello.
did we get on?
Mine was very successful. I finished the last little bit of Witchlings. I read some more of the Treehouse Library, and I got another coffee, which I need to show off my mug because it is very Gothtober appropriate.
Oh,
I
that's
love that.
cool.
It's very on brand. Yeah, I'm continuing to really enjoy the Treehouse Library. I just love, like, Milo is such a sweet little bean, and like he just tried green tea for the first time. And he's like, it was very refreshing, and it tasted like he imagined drinking grass would be, but very fancy grass. Like, he liked it.
He's not wrong. He's not
He
wrong.
isn't. He really isn't.
Incredible. How'd you get on, Hannah?
I'm just finishing a chapter. I don't actually know how far I read because it's not telling me the percentage. It's all blank, so no idea.
Unhelpful.
I read quite a few chapters, but they must be like 3 pages each, so not sure.
That's fair. That's fair. At least you read this time.
I did.
Olivia?
I read 25 more pages. I feel like I'm so close to the end, and yet I just spent time on Instagram replying to comments rather than actually finishing it. So I'll probably finish it tomorrow.
That's fair. That's fair. And to be fair, you were gonna call it at around 9ish anyway, so I feel
Yes.
like it's fair to be chill now.
I'm gonna probably be dropping off. I like hear how everybody went, but then I'll probably be dropping off.
That's fair. That's fair. Lizzie, I can see you're still upright. Love to see it.
That is because you made me a hot chocolate and I can't drink that lying down. So
That's fair.
otherwise I would be not upright. But I've read another like 49 pages. So we're at page 99 now.
Nice.
I'm enjoying it. Like, I think I like that she's just literally her whole life just seems like it's falling apart, but actually it's not that deep, and that is such a mood. Like, it's so relatable. Like, everything is like, why is everything so hard? I don't know what I'm doing with my life. Like, I'm just trying to be out here living my life, and it just isn't happening. And like, there's this guy, and like, I just want to eat him, but like, also I can't, and like, I might have taken something and drank his blood, and I'm like, I really like you. I'm like, I feel very much like, yeah, this is a vibe, and there isn't much plot. Like, I think like it is literally just vibes,
That's
and
fair.
it's mostly her just freaking out. So I'm kind of enjoying it. It's I think the thing is, I read the Book of Accidents, and like that was such a fucking horror show. Like, that this is such like a breath of fresh air, that it's not overly gory, or like it's not that dramatic, and it isn't that deep. So I think it's exactly like what I needed to get over the Book of Accidents. Amy, I know you were thinking about reading it. Don't. Not worth it. It's too big. It's wild.
It's one of those that when it arrived, I went, oh, that wasn't what I was expecting. Instantly just shelved it. Like, I was hoping for something a bit kind of pacey and like quick to read. That's all I really want to read at the moment, like short, pacey books. I'm going to try and read something long over Christmas. I've decided. I think I'm going to go like Stephen King shelf and choose a really thick book and see if I can do it. Because this year, I'd be surprised if I've read a handful of books that are longer than 300 or 400 pages. I just can't seem to do it at the minute.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
This one, I'm really glad, is only like 250 pages. I'm like, yes, give me a short book, because I'm basically like nearly halfway through now. So
I think it's like perfect for your current mood and perfect for you as a reader, and that makes me happy. Like, I love when a book I don't particularly enjoy finds the people who enjoy it, because there's always someone out there who can enjoy it.
yeah, and I think, I don't know, I think because it is literally just vibes, so it's just giving my brain what it needs. And I agree with you. Like, I always love it when a book I didn't like, someone else is like raving about it, how great it is, and I'm like, I'm glad that has found you, because not all books are for everyone. So and I think
And they shouldn't be. We need variety, and we need to have differing thoughts and like feelings. But I just think it's really funny that we were all so negative about it at the start, and then you're like, I love it, because that's good. That's what books should do.
the thing is, I think my expectations kind of went to the floor. So, you know, I think
It had to be better than this.
Yeah, and I don't know, I can kind of see why people would DNF and not enjoy it. But like as I said, it is just what I need right now.
That's exactly how I feel about Hannah giving me her copy of Encyclopedia of Fairies. Like everything Hannah said she didn't like about it, I was like, I am going to love that. Like all those reasons are why I'm going to love this book.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. And I'm sure you will like it. I'm sure it'll be the one for you.
I'll be surprised if I don't like it. And sad, but also very surprised.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think sometimes bad reviews, you hear them, don't you? And it's just exactly what you want. They're like, oh, it's too fast paced and there's too much kissing and too much murder. I'm like, sold, you know? That's exactly what I want. And that might be exactly what they don't want. There's vampires in that, you know? And I'm like, yes. You know, whereas some people, vampires, and it's like, oh, I don't like vampires. So yeah, I like that. And that's why I listen to a lot of reviews. Like, I don't know, like some reviews say that they like to go into a book first, but I like to hear somebody else's opinion, even if I don't agree, like think I'm going to agree with it, just because I can read between the lines and think what they didn't like. I can usually tell whether that's going to be something that I like, and vice versa. Like if they like it because it's really long and drawn out and detailed, I'm like, oh no, not for me.
I feel like it varies for me a lot book to book. Like there are some books that I just have this feeling about where it's like I want to do a lot of research on it. I want to know what people think. I want to know what kind of the feeling of the book is. And then there's some where like I know what it's about and I know I'm interested in it and I'm like I can't listen to anybody review this. I just want to go in and have my feelings. Like and I can't like describe what makes those different feelings. I just know that sometimes it's one and sometimes it's the other.
I do it on my TBR video sometimes. I'm like, I'm not going to read the blurb of this one, and then I immediately read the blurb of the next book, and I don't know why I don't want to read some blurbs. Like you said, in some, I read it, and then I check 20 Goodreads reviews to see if I think I'm going to like it. Yeah. I don't get that. I think that's just a feeling, isn't it?
It's just
a feeling. And I think, like for me, it's usually genre based. Is I don't need to know too much about fantasy going into it or mystery going into it, because I know that with fantasy a lot of them are quite similar, so I'm like I don't want it spoiled for me. But 9 times out I don't care about spoilers anyway, but I found that with mystery I'm like the blurb will tell you more than it's trying to tell you anyway, whereas if it's a contemporary or a romance or something like that and I know I'm looking for specific tropes and I know if people have reviewed it saying I loved it for those specific tropes, I don't see that as spoilers in the same way that I would if it was a different genre. And I really like going into it and being like, okay, this is this. And I find it really hard. Like my wrap-ups, sometimes I do wonder what the point of me doing wrap-ups are, because I do give so much away. Like I'm not very good at being like, this is this genre and I really enjoyed it for these reasons, without actually giving like what the plot is and why I liked those things in the plot. So I find that so long as you've read the book, that's fine. I can wrap it up for you on what my thoughts on it were. Like a prime example is Blackwater Sister. Like I cannot find a way of like wrapping that up without being like, it will lure you in with a full sense of security. It's a very gentle beginning, and then suddenly there's like this old lady possessing you, and the mafia's involved, and there might be murder, and da-da-da-da. And this is all like stuff that happens like throughout the book. But I'm like, I can't help but tell you these are all the reasons you should read it without just like listing those tropes. So I think, yeah, with some I have to be really careful not to do that when I'm writing to read them. But also, don't watch my wrap-ups if you don't want books spoiled, because apparently I'm incapable, and I'm sorry.
Good to know. Good to know.
How'd you get on, Amy?
Sorry, I just mute myself. Do you mind shutting the door, Kev? Because Hannah's just asked me the crucial moment. This is my moment to shine, and all I can hear is the kettle boiling.
Incredible.
So yeah, I'm working on this outline, which I find so deathly boring that I've had to jump off and do some. I don't know whether anybody else does this, but I like do a mind dump thing as I'm writing. I'm like, oh, I'll fix this later. And I write these absolutely massive documents. And then I think, oh God, all the things I wanted to fix are now on like a 20-page document. And it 25 pages, this one, by the way. And sometimes it's bits I've cut out and I think, oh, I might need that later. So I'm just going through and checking, is there actually anything salvageable in here? Like, did I, amidst all this dribble, actually write anything useful? And yeah, I did, but not a lot, to be fair.
But there's something, and that's not nothing.
Yeah, and I think I'm really thorough with stuff like that, like annoyingly thorough. I can't just, like some people say, like they delete their first drafts, or like Stephen King says, if you wrote, like he doesn't write stuff like that down, like if he has an idea, because if it's good enough, he'll remember it. I'm like, nope, I won't remember it.
No, that's not how that works. No,
definitely not. So I write all the things down. So he's probably fine, because he's like, I can't remember it, so I'm just going to go with what I've got. Whereas I can remember it because I wrote every little thought I ever had about this book down. So I'm trawling. The problem is though, I spend weeks having to trawl through all this stuff, but hopefully it kind of helps me in the end. It's just boring while I'm doing it. I want to edit, I want to add like more murder and kissing and stuff, and I just want to do that. I don't want to do the boring jobs, but I'm on them.
But it has to be done. Has to be done.
Yeah, I'm just promising myself by the end of the week I should be on the proper editing, and then I've got like a month-ish, maybe longer if I really need it. But I think you would like it in a month, probably.
Yeah.
But
I would like it. So if we could like pick up the pace, like.
I'm trying. I'm really trying.
No, you're fine. I've not finished book 2, so I'm not one to be harassing you to finish anything yet. So no, that's fine. It did tickle me though. You said something a second ago about Stephen King. I'm like, he's got like 80 books out. He can afford to forget a few plot ideas,
right?
Like as opposed to like other writers who like debut and are like, no, I need to remember this because I need to take this into my career. He's like, he could just chill out. He could just not publish anything else, and he'd still be super rich.
Yeah. I mean, I think his style's quite different from mine as well. Like, I love his books, but he tends to like meander to a point. And in a YA book that's 300 to 400 pages, you cannot meander. So I think I've got to make sure that I'm really detail oriented, and anything that's in there has to be for a reason. Whereas Stephen King, I think, is just like describing the snow sometimes. I'm like, well, the snow means something later. No, he's just describing the snow, Or it's it, and he's describing the sewers for 2 pages, and you're like, ew, stop describing the sewers. Just
we get it. It's a sewer. You can leave it alone now.
Whereas in YA it would be, there's a sewer and go.
Yeah, that's it. That's all we need.
Yeah,
that's all we need.
Yeah, so I think it's a bit different for adult writers and a certain type of adult writer as well. Like, I think YA authors have to be a bit more selective.
I can just see the comment from Abby being typed into the chat about reading about Les Mis sewer system for like multiple pages. I think she did that recently.
Yeah.
Also, I actually appreciate, Hannah, that you did talk about specifics for the plot of Blackwater Sister, because that was one I was interested in, but I do not like possessing stuff, so that has taken itself off my list.
Oh, now I'm sad because it's so good.
No,
and
like I'm really not into that though. I don't know.
That's fair. Well, it's really funny. So, like I said, I get really, really enthusiastic, and that is why I end up really struggling. Like, if I don't like a book, there won't be any spoilers because I will tell you the structural or like writing style things that I don't like, or the characters that I don't like, etc., without spoiling too much. If I like a book, there is no reining me in. And I've been like ranting about Red Rising to the point that like Lizzie has picked it up recently, and someone that commented on my wrap up where I finished basically the last 2 books, I've got Lightbringer left to go, saying that basically my enthusiasm is the reason they're finally picking up this series. And I've never felt like it was such a win, and I'm trying so hard. And I watched back the clip where I'm talking about it, and I don't really talk about anything that happens. All I keep saying is that this book traumatized me, and that I had like a moment where I was like, I just stared at the ceiling, and my flatmate asked if I was okay, and I was like, I am not okay. And I was literally like, and that was it. That was the wrap up, and that made them read it. So I'm like, there we go.
That is so interesting to me because I'm the opposite. If it's a book that I don't like, I will like give you my itemized list of like, here are the specific things that I hate about this book and that I think make it a bad book. Whereas if it's one that I love, I don't want to give too much away because I think even the things that are not plot spoilers, it's like, well, I don't want to tell you about my favorite character moments because they mean more if you just like happen across them in the story. So like, I feel like I have the opposite problem where it's like, I'm super vague sometimes with books I really love, but if it's one I don't, it's like, I have receipts. I am giving you all of them. I might warn you about spoilers. I try to do that, but I get very specific because it's like, I need you to understand how mad I am. Like,
that's fine. Right, let's see what people are saying.
I'm gonna
Are you off? Nice to see you, Olivia.
Good evening, everyone.
Bye,
Catch you later.
I love you, Savannah, with her reasonable sleep schedule.
I know, disgusting. Could never be me. So Georgia went away to get takeaway and just stayed at the door for 30 minutes because they're tired. A mood. Hey, Celine. So glad you could be here. I love that everyone's like really excited to see you. What are we reading? Well, I was reading The Lux. I managed 26 pages that time, but then I did take a break to get distracted making hot chocolates, etc. Staring at the wall can be really important. It is. Sometimes you need that. I finished the first part of the Bone Houses, which I'm really enjoying, and now I'm continuing a Deadly Education, which is confusing as fuck. I find that it wasn't confusing, it just moves at breakneck speed. Like, this book does not care if you understand or not, it's just going to keep going. And I really needed that. I found this very much a head empty, no thoughts kind of read, and I enjoyed it. Has anyone else here read it? No? Okay.
Oh wait, no, I have. Why am I? Why
Oh
am I
wait,
sitting
why
here?
are you? You've got book two to read.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am
Head
so
empty,
tired.
0 thoughts.
And I was looking at my shelves and I was like, where is it gone? And that's what I was thinking about. I wasn't thinking about what you'd said. And then I was like, wait, you said, has anyone else read it? And I was like, yes, you have, Lizzie. Stop.
So
I enjoyed it. So
it's a good time. It's a good time. It's very, very different from other Naomi Novik books that I've read, because I'd read Uprooted, which is a very gentle, slow burn fantasy. Spinning Silver, snail's pace of a fantasy.
I love it though. I'm obsessed
Me
with Spinning
too.
Silver. But yes, very very like atmospheric, slow build. Yeah.
What I found with like both of them, so Uprooted is about a forest that moves, and I felt like I was being absorbed by this forest. Like, it moves at that kind of like slow pace, and then you're just in it and you're like rooted in it. And I was like, I feel like I'm reading a book that makes me feel the way the book is supposed to be read, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then Spinning Silver, because it's very cold and everything moves very slowly like through the snow, I'm like, again, you've managed to like encapsulate the atmosphere so perfectly. But I know that lots of people did not love it. My only upset with the Spinning Silver has nothing to do with the book itself and everything to do with the fact that I have a signed hardback copy with a torn and tea-stained front cover. Devastated. No. So if I can find a way to get it recovered, I absolutely will.
Yeah.
But then Deadly Education, the complete opposite. Breakneck speed. Like, I've described it as Harry Potter on speed. Like, it's just magic school, but everything is happening like this. It's wild. It's a good time though. Would recommend.
I took a while to like get into that, but like by the time like the big kind of like finale chapters happen, I was like, I am here. I am ready. Like, and it like that was the thing that really like got it to like greatness was the ending, because I thought it was so well done, because it was built up the entire way through the plot, was like, this is culminating into this, and I really enjoyed it.
I love that. Yeah, self-care, we love that. I love that people were so excited to see you, Georgia. So excited to see you. This is valid. Watching YouTube and cuddling your cat is valid.
That's amazing.
That's what these sprints should be for. Started book 9 of Paradise Lost. So he's making his way into Eden while contemplating how terrible his life is. He is so relatable, Satan. He's so emo. I've read today's section of Les Mis, and I'm on to my folktales now. And of course, I finished 50 pages of Shadow Knights. Because of course you did. Because anyone else would be like, oh, reading 100 pages today is so difficult. And you're like, nah, smashed it. I listened to some audiobook, then just left my earbuds. Started to like, oh, I hate that. Just one earbud. Love the mug. Yeah, it's a great mug. It's a great mug. It's okay if you don't. It's okay if you don't. Read 3% of The Historian. Are you enjoying it? Let me know. This book was too confusing. Me adds TBR. Yes. I feel like it's very different to the other two confusing books that we've talked about. This is more confusing because it's very info dumpy. So there's just a lot of like, here's how the school works, like thrown at you kind of thing. And then things start happening that then need to be explained as well. So I think it's very, you know, that classic writing advice of show, don't tell. Naomi Novik decided she was done showing and she was just going to tell you how this world works.
But I'm also Pixie. If it's confusing, I'm like, yep. Add it.
Step that up. I've wanted to read the historian for the last 5 years. I thought you wanted to buy new books, Celine. I thought that was the plan, is that you were just going to buy new books, not worry about books you've had for like ages. To be clear, sometimes I find confusing in a bad way, but usually when people make that particular criticism, it's books that I like, and that's valid. Here's me thinking my wrap-up were poor in comparison to Hannah's. Also, Blackwater Sister is wild. I don't think anyone's wrap-ups are poor in comparison to mine. I don't think that's how that works. I think so long as you can coherently explain what happens and why people should read it, you're already doing better than me. I'm the only plus side to me doing the potluck wrap-up thing is that it is set to 20 minutes, so I can't ramble on. And I'm always really proud of myself that I remember the plot. I never remember the characters' names, but I do remember the plot, and I can just give like a general. I know how I felt about this book.
Right,
Yes, I
which
loved
I
it. No, I
think
hated it.
I feel like that's the most important part of a review. Like, obviously, giving a kind of basic summary or overview is like convenient for context, but like the important thing is people's thoughts on the book, what they thought worked and didn't work. I can look up the summary myself, you know, like I think it's a good thing when people spend the majority of the time actually like doing the review part, but
That's fine.
I think my favorite one you've ever done, though, Hannah, is where you did the Addie LaRue one, and you were like, "How much time have I got left on my timer?" Oh,
Literally, I spent 12 minutes ranting about that book because I didn't like it. And it was one of those ones where I got to the end of it and then I was like, I'm about to upset so many people because it's so many people's favorite book. But I still, years later, I have issues.
listen, Victoria Schwab is one of my literary nemeses, so no judgment here.
but it was just
I have
the
beef
rant
with her.
review. The rant review was beautiful, and it was just the way Hannah looked at her phone, like,
Oopsie. Amy is me writing my thesis. So Georgia's doing their PhD, and I feel like I'll find a reference for this later. Me later.
Yes, it's
Truly a true story.
It's the way, if it's the way you work, you kind of have to just trust the process. Can't help it.
I feel like I've missed something.
I think that's to do with Stephen King.
Oh, okay.
I
was like, what?
Yes,
But what we were talking about earlier and what Stephen King does, and I was like, it has to be about that.
Yeah.
You're like, this feels
Thank
like...
you. Because I'd have spent ages being like, please explain.
Yeah, I'm sure that must be it.
Must be. We're going to assume it is. I think there's something to the idea that ideas matter, won't leave you alone, but writing everything down makes me feel better. I am a kinetic learner, so if I don't write something down, I will just forget it. But the upside of this is I am a homing pigeon. You drive me somewhere once, I will find it again. So today, like Lizzie gets so annoyed because Lizzie does not have the same thing.
No, I get lost. Like, I will get lost even if you've told me the directions. Like, if I don't have Google Maps or like my phone is dead, I will just be lost forever. Like,
and even then, you take the wrong exit.
Oh, shut up! That's not my fault.
Do you know what's really funny is we drove a friend home after we'd been to like a board game thing. We'd had like a really nice evening, really chilled, and I offered to drive everyone home. So I drove the first person home who didn't give me succinct directions because he was just vibing in the background. That's his exact words. He's sorry, Hannah, I was just vibing, just chilling out with Lizzie on the back seat, just chatting away. That was fine. Got him there. Then I had to take the other guy home. And he got us lost. We did 42 miles in the wrong direction because he told me left instead of right. And then we got back to Banbury and I was like, I've got it from here. And I got us back to where he lives. And now I can drive to his house in the dark or in light, doesn't matter.
Clearly better than him.
Instinct. And I'm like, how do I find it easier to find when you live than you do? That doesn't make any sense to me.
So like, just a warning for anyone. If Hannah goes to your house once, she knows where you live.
Mm-hmm. I will find you. I will find you.
It's
a
kind
threat
of
and a promise.
It's like it's Hannah's like says that she doesn't let me drive anywhere, and like my gut instinct is, well, sometimes you do, but honestly, what is the point of me driving when you literally can just get there? Like, it doesn't matter. You'll get there. You'll find it.
We'll be like going to the supermarket. We've been to the supermarket 100 times. We'll get to the junction and Lizzie will always go, is it straight on here? Every time.
But
without fail.
My brain does not like it. And like, I'm so bad with directions. I have no brain for them.
That's fair. That's fine. It's fine. I can be the homing pigeon. It's fine. I was going to say I'm the director then, but that's not what I meant at all. We can all visualize different movies. Yeah. We've seen them before. We know. There we go.
Abby's ready.
Several pages. It could be like your entire 50-page section. Why do? Yeah. I'm convinced he was just like, I know I'm being paid by Paris to write this, so I need to include as much of this as I can.
Yeah. I still haven't read Les Mis. And one of the reasons is I am dreading that. Like, I don't want to read his dissertation on the Paris sewer system. I don't need that in my life, Victor. Please.
For sure. This is also 100%. If a book makes me cry, 5 stars. If it makes me laugh out loud, 5 stars. But if a book traumatizes me, I wish I could give it 6 stars. I wish. I love being traumatized. It's to the point that, like, Ali makes jokes that I don't know how to experience joy. Where do we stand, guys? Are you more joyful books or traumatizing books? I feel like I know what Amy's answer is going to be, but I'm asking it anyway.
Joyful, no trauma for me. Well, mild trauma for me, as long as there's a like way out of the trauma.
I feel like spooky or thrilling, but still joyful rather than traumatizing.
Exactly it.
Lizzie, again, I feel like I could guess your answer, but I'm going to ask you anyway.
Give me all that trauma as long as it doesn't involve animal death, and then we're good.
Valid. What about you, Hannah?
I mean, normally I'm like, rip out my heart, but this week, well, not this week, this year, I've kind of just been like, just give me something fluffy. Like, I don't want to read.
I don't want to
fluffy
read.
and small, and I'm happy.
Yeah. I would like the bunny version of all books, please.
Yes.
What about you, Cara?
I like both, but I think it's more impressive when authors can do a hopeful ending that still has stakes and still means something. Like, it frustrates me that I feel like sometimes the way, and I've done this too, sometimes the way we review books, it makes it sound like writing trauma is inherently better quality, or it is like better writing, better storytelling, more honest, like whatever. And I actually think it's a lot more impressive when authors can, get you emotionally invested. There is some hardship, there is some trauma, but you don't end the book feeling like exhausted. So I guess I like a mix. Yeah.
Well, I think
that was so much more nuanced than like my answer, and like I totally agree.
Give me that trauma, rip my heart out.
I can only put that down for I'm exhausted, and like I'm just so impressed with that answer because like that's absolutely right.
I was gonna say, I think with that kind of like sad, poignant, or traumatizing writing, I think it's a far easier aesthetic to achieve, and I think it's more recognizable, because when you think about what aesthetics are, it is an emotion tied to art, right? So it is the idea that you feel something, and the idea that because we generally try to feel happy, we're like actively in our day-to-day lives trying to seek things that make us feel good, it can be far easier to recognize, oh, this book made me feel sad, so it must be good because it did that, regardless of what I'm trying to make myself feel on a daily basis. Whereas if you read a book that is very funny, or you see a play that's funny, or you watch a film that's funny, that has actually had to work harder to get you there, because you're already at a baseline of trying to be happy or trying to like enjoy yourself and stuff. I'm generalizing. I'm assuming most people want to be happy, but I feel like it's that kind of like it's targeting that thing. And I was watching a YouTube video earlier which was talking about how if you look at the films that have come out of the US, there has not been a comedy rather than like an action film with comedy, or a superhero film with comedy, or a black comedy or something like that since 2009. Because they just don't make them anymore. And part of that is because of the fact that there are very few mid-level budget films. So they're all very either like Oscar chasing or very, very commercial. But like there are kids films that are funny, and like I said, like there's superhero films that have funniness in them, but like actual comedy films where comedians get together and write a film together don't really exist anymore, and haven't really been produced. It was either 2009 or 2013, something like that. And it's really interesting because to me, I'm like, but those are my favorite kinds of films, because if I do want gentle, it won't be in a book, it will be in a film. And I like to laugh. I'm quite a cheap laugh anyway. So I find it really bizarre that it's not like chased after more. But
yeah, it's definitely not the trend right now. And I think too, with when I say like I like a mix, something else that I think is that a lot of books that I really love, I have really strong like feelings about, I think they're really well written, I use the word cathartic a lot to describe them. And I think that's kind of what I mean, is like, yes, I want to feel, I want some trauma, in that I want emotional investment, I want it to feel like the story matters. but I want a sense of like fulfillment at the end, like, which doesn't mean like everything works out happy forever, you know, like a satisfying ending doesn't always mean
Mhm.
nothing bad happens at the end, but it's like I really like that feeling of catharsis where it's like it was rough getting here, but I feel good, like I feel
Yeah.
this feels complete to me.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I think cathartic's a really great way to say it. People saying goodbye to Olivia. Hi, I just finished my first D&D session. I hope you enjoyed it. Let me know how it went. What characters did you make in the end? What did you go for? And I have wine, so I've been laughing more. Otherwise, I feel fine. Good. Good. I feel like in a first session you should roll low so that you've got places to go. You can continue to climb. Good, because it's like, oh, you know, like when someone's like, oh, I'm being attacked for being intelligent, I'm being attacked for being beautiful, we're going to attack you for the reading quickly because I'm envious. So that's how that works. I didn't buy any books yesterday and I deserve a standing ovation and probably an award. You can have an applause from me. I'm genuinely proud of you. Admittedly, I was the one in Discord being like, no, not allowed. And I have a bookshop, so I have an agenda to get people to buy more books, and yet I should get a standing ovation for the same. I'm enjoying The Historian. I'm at 36%. It's just large. It might be my favourite dark academia I've read so far. I love that for you. A trophy yellow smiling. I need to buy The Historian now. Okay. So we're going to take it back and we are going to buy books. I bought most books because people have gushed about it and I've told the general vibe. So when I buy it, I have no clue what it is, but I think it's a vibe that I like. That's fair. I keep forgetting to give a synopsis and go straight to my thoughts and feelings when I talk about books. I'm working on it. No, I feel like this is fair because I feel like 9 times out of 10, people will either find out the synopsis for themselves or they already know what the book is about. And therefore, your wrap up is to give your thoughts and feelings. Because as a reviewer, this is what I liked about it. This is what I didn't like about it. I think you're on the right track. I don't remember which wrap up this is in.
I don't remember either, but
I know that it's one of the ones where I'm back at my parents' house, so I'm in my bedroom.
Yeah, so it must have been at least 2 years ago.
It was ages ago. To be fair, I've only been on YouTube like 4 years, so you won't have to scroll back too far, I don't think. And I read it very soon after it came out because this is the worst thing. It was gifted to me. I hate rant reviewing about books that were gifted to me because I feel awful.
Yeah.
But I really didn't enjoy it. I don't need a summary. I look for people's opinions and then decide if I'm interested. Valid. I found that book boring. Same. Honestly, I forgot whoever is watching doesn't already know about the book and I just dive in. Yeah. There you go, Lizzie.
I was right. Good. It was about Stephen King. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And Georgia says like, I just accepted it. I was like, yeah, standard. You've seen what the name of our group chat is. I just accept it. I would share the link for the Addy review vid. I don't think I'm allowed to. I think you are. Let's see. Have you found it then? Have you just scrolled back? Because I think you should be a mod, and if you're not, I will fix that right now.
Give Abby the spanner of power.
A spanner of power. Excuse me for a sec. There we go. For a second, then we almost had feedback, and that would have sucked. Right.
That would have been awful.
Add as moderator. Consider yourself. Do I want you a managing or moderator or standard moderator? What is the difference? Can manage block words, change chat modes in live, and also has capabilities of standard. Sure, you can be a managing moderator. There you go.
The spanner of power is now yours.
The spanner of power. I am not a mod. You are now. Who else should I make a mod? Let's make Pixie a mod because you're here all the time.
Hannah's just giving out power everywhere. Like
I've got like that bit from Shrek, Hannah. Big number 3, my lord.
Big number 3, my lord. It's always like when it's the 2, kills me. Oh no. So my cat just kicked a mug at me. Now there's hot chocolate all over my leg, except it's not hot anymore, it's cold chocolate on my leg. There we go. I think that's enough mods. I've made 4 of you mods. Surprise! The vibes are the most important part. Plots are a dime a dozen, but vibes. Yeah. And this is something we obviously, like Amy, you mentioned earlier about there being like only 7 plots. And I say earlier, I mean yesterday when we discussed it. But I do think that that's absolutely true. I have no problem reading the same story by like 8 different authors, so long as those 8 different authors have done it their way.
Yeah, exactly. Like whenever people say that like they don't like a book and they're like it's tropey, I'm like tropes are literally just ingredients. Like we all like if you don't like a story that has tropes, you can't read. I'm sorry. Like there's nothing.
No. There you go. You and Lynn can be together, Lizzie.
Yes. Forever lost together.
Abby, you said this, and my brain immediately went, I remember at your house that my sat nav is going to make me want to go left and I need to go right so that I can go around. So I actually come out to the front of your house and not at that weird little car park is trying to get me to the other side. Like immediately. I know where you live.
She knows.
My toxic trait is that I think I have a good sense of direction. I'm terrible walking though. I will say if I have to walk somewhere, I will get lost. But driving, instinctual.
See, I'm better walking. I can't drive places. I'm like, my brain does not work now.
There's too much going on. You've got like a steering wheel and a clutch and all sorts. Too much to think about. But most books and nothing happens. That's fair. Neutral is also fair. True words never spoken, 100% me. It depends on who or what the trauma is about. Yeah. There are certain trauma books that I just won't touch. I won't touch anything that has an age gap. Student-teacher relationships, I won't touch with a barge pole, and anything where I know there's going to be sexual assault or sexual violence of any kind. Like, I don't mind reading a book where it's mentioned, but if it's like, this is a trigger warning, this is going to happen, I can't do it. And that is because when I was a teacher, it was something that I had to deal with when it came to like safeguarding and stuff like that, and I just don't want to deal with it. And the idea of anyone finding a teacher hot deeply upsets me. So unless you're another teacher, in which case fine, but like the whole like student teacher thing, I never understood it. As a student, I didn't understand it when it was done in like Pretty Little Liars. I didn't understand when it was done in Gossip Girl. Like, this is not hot, this is just weird. So it traumatized, like, and it's not a good kind of trauma.
I feel like for like not everybody obviously, but I think for a lot of people when you're in that high school or college age, it's like I think it's somewhat normal for there to be like this is my like this teacher I think is good looking, and like that's it, like it never goes past that. It is the responsibility of the teacher, who is the actual adult, to never ever do anything or let anything happen. Like, they have all of the power in this situation. So
for sure. And also, who is flattered that a 13-year-old fancies you? Like, that to me, I don't understand that logic. Because I remember, like, as a teacher, there was one teacher that used to dress really nicely. And I remember someone, like, made a comment of, like, oh, you always, like, try really hard to, like, dress nice and stuff. Is it, like, a self-esteem thing? Like, what is it? And she's like, no, I just want the kids to fancy me. And I was like, ugh, gross. And I just find, like, that whole idea of being, like, because, like, it happens. They're going through puberty. Of course it happens.
Right.
But, like, that's not what I find. That's not what I have issue with. What I have issue with is when it's glamorized and kind of like made into this thing of like, ooh, it's a forbidden love. No, it's jailbait. It's unacceptable. So,
agreed.
Not the vibe for me. Soz. I love middle grade. Most of them have a lot of fluff, but then some trauma. Yeah.
Yes.
Agreed. We were talking about found family yesterday and how found family works because it means someone's broken and they're fixing themselves. And I think it was your comment, wasn't it, Cara, that you said that? Because we were talking about found family yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, the Circle of Magic books by Tamora Pierce, like, peak found family trope.
That's fair. I also, like, I get jealous. Stop being happy.
See,
it feels inauthentic.
Yeah, I agree with that, though, with some, like, one of the reasons that I really, really loved The Anthropocene Reviewed by John Green, like his essay collection, even though, like, I haven't had great luck with his fiction. One of the reasons that I really loved that book is that it acknowledged how bad things are, because I don't find something comforting if it pretends nothing is wrong. Like, for something to feel comforting for me, I want you to be like, shit's bad right now, but here's also some things that we can feel better about, which I think is why, like, when people like cozy fantasy has a real moment right now, I tend to like the cozy fantasy where it's like, yes, it's very warm, there are parts that feel very gentle and like loving, but it also I don't know, it has kind of, like, we were talking about this yesterday, it like has that bite to it, you know, like it has that acknowledgement that things are not always good. And so by being honest about that, I'm like, okay, now you can comfort me and make me feel better.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm off to bed. Thanks for reading, friends. You are so welcome. And then, yeah, I'm excited to see you next Sunday. It'll be good. It's the August potluck wrap up. Nice. From 2021. I'm getting power in real time. This is how long it's taken me to get to these comments. And then there's the video. Link power. Hannah's collating her minions. I am. That's the out. Yeah. Welcome to the club. Actually, that's the point, Georgia. Did you also want to be mod? I can make you mod as well. I don't know if you want the mod power, but I think I think you deserve it.
So it's just going to be a chat between all your mods.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even mad about it. To be
They can
fair,
all moderate each other.
we were watching Beth from Book Nest do a live, and they needed like a couple of mods, and then there was only like 9 people watching the live because it was like during the day, and they just systematically turned those 9 people into mods, and I was like, I'm a mod for Beth now, and like so proud of myself. Just happened to be there at the right time.
Yeah,
I'll
we were
take
both
it.
there at the right time. They're at the right time. Got a spanner of power.
Spanner of power. The cat wants power. Agreed. I feel like I've been knighted.
Knights of the Realm, unite.
I'm a mod. I feel like it doesn't really do anything. It just means that if like bots turn up or trolls, just get rid of them. I feel like we need a plan to take over. Oh, I give Celine a tiny bit of power and suddenly she's having a coup. Like suddenly it's unacceptable. Can you pretend for a second? When I had a crush on my teacher when I was younger, I was fully aware that it was weird and something that should not happen. Yeah, but unfortunately, not everyone is as emotionally intelligent as you are. Yeah. And I wish that was the norm, but it isn't. Vom. Yeah. And like, the thing is, I understand to a certain extent the self-esteem, I want people to find me attractive thing. I understand that. And I understand if it was like other people your own age. I don't understand why you would want your students to fancy you. Yeah. But it was like a running joke because obviously, especially in an English department, there was only one male teacher. Everyone else was female. So a lot of it was like that we would make jokes that if students fancied you, they were more likely to do their work because they would like want to suck up to you and stuff. And like, it's one of those things where like behind closed doors, it's not okay, but it's funnier. And then it's one of those things where it like, even at the time, I was like, this makes me uncomfy. So I'm just going to not get involved.
Yeah. I read recently Rules for Being a Girl by Katie Katugno and I think Candace Bushnell, which is interesting because I think she wrote the Sex and the City books. But it's really good. And it's like an inappropriate advance from a teacher to a student who is like horrified and reports it. And then people are like, she has like some people on her side, thankfully, but of course he's like the young, hot, cool teacher, and the way it's written is so smart because you can see before he does this, you can see the way that like these teenage girls are viewing the things that he's saying and doing and how he like touches their shoulder and how like, you know, just things where it's like, yeah, that would be flattering. You wouldn't necessarily see it through the lens of like, this is unacceptable. But while it's written that way from the main character's perspective, as an adult reader, you're reading that and you're like, oh my God, arrest this man. Like, yeah. So, and I feel like it's not, like, I haven't read My Dark Vanessa either. I know that one is going to be a lot. But I feel like this deals with similar content, but much less, I think, traumatizing from what I understand. Obviously, that's like a decision everybody has to make for themselves. But I really recommend the book if anybody is interested.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like the Busted song, like What I Go to School For, that one, where it's like they're literally like, I think there is this, or has been for a really long time, a very different perspective on young boys that fancy their teachers and young girls that fancy their teachers. And like with boys, I think it's always been seen as a kind of like a good thing if like you flirt with a teacher and she flirts back, whereas it's not the same if it's the other way around. And I'm like, no, it's gross both times. Like it's gross both times.
All gross.
And like, yeah, this female teacher that loved her and the boys clearly fancied her. Like that's unfortunately incredibly common. Like incredibly common. And like part of it is I remember when I did my teacher training, one of the first things they say is like, don't expect the kids to like you. Like, don't try and make the kids like you. Be likable, do the work, like, don't treat them like crap, basically. But there's like a running phrase of don't smile before Christmas. And the idea is that if you are strict up until that semester, you will find that kids are far more likely to expect that level of consistency from you and are far less likely to be disruptive or like not do the work or whatever it is. But new teachers in particular, because there's not a massive age gap between new teachers and some students. And like new teachers, if you go straight out of university and start your teacher training, which you can do, you're starting at 21. And that cannot, like, it is like emotionally, it's a massive void, but it can feel like I was only at school 5 minutes ago. And therefore you feel like these kids are on the same emotional level that you are, and they're just not. And I think sometimes like certain teachers can get caught up in, I want to be liked. If I'm fancied, then they're more likely to do their work, and I can kind of like, I've got this. And actually, that's not how it works at all. You're much better off being a bitch, to be honest, and being like, oh, like Miss is really strict. Yeah, but Miss is consistent, and like, I was never super strict because I don't think I have that in me to be that horrible or be like that strict. But I was like, if I can be consistent, I feel like that would make me a better teacher than anything else. So, but it's not something. Well, it might be something I have to worry about. I am like, I've been thinking money wise. Just in general, I might have to go back into teaching, and like that is terrifying. So who knows if I could still be a teacher, but I will not be a teacher that anyone fancies, because I will rock up in the dowdiest clothes and I will not wear makeup and no one will fancy me and it will be fine. The way everyone knows is, yeah, everyone has that one. We had one whose surname fit perfectly with being called Mr. Pervy. And he was. Like, I remember there was like one class, he was a French teacher, and he ended up leaving, and there was immediately rumors that they found like porn on his computer and stuff like that. I went to an all-girls school as well, so it was grim. We used to wear tights and stuff to school. If you weren't wearing tights, he used to move you to the front of the class and stuff like that. And this was just like universally known that he did this.
Yes.
And we used to put like chalk across the front of our desk so that you could see where he'd like leant up against your desk and stuff. It was gross. And it was just that was just normal. That was just normal.
Like,
we had to teach that.
The fact that like we had a teacher at my high school where it's like, oh yeah, like girls knew not to wear tank tops in that class, and it's like that's fucking unacceptable. That was just like, oh yeah, the way things were, like, yeah,
crazy.
Yep.
I will. I love that you said that you're playing a Tabaxi, because I'm really interested in playing a Tabaxi myself. I think I've played Tabaxi once. I played as a captain, but I want to play Tabaxi again. I also had another female teacher who liked to lift girls. Check the scales long enough. Gross. Yeah, I hate that. Well, and this is the thing, is it's a learned behavior. This is not like an instinctual thing. You have to learn that teachers are gross. Hate that. Thank you for saying I deserve it. The cat is power. My first blue tick, spanner of power. Yeah, to be fair, they don't rock up to mine very often. I'm not popular with the bots. It's fine. I remember I got a porn bot that kept commenting once, but that was about it. Happy I'm sorry to deal with that. Yeah, gross. And the fact that I feel like so many people have a story like that is upsetting. Yeah, if you're just nice to them, they don't have to fancy you. I remember once there was one girl who was notoriously really, really difficult to get focused on stuff. She would just want to talk to you, and she would just chat absolute rubbish. She was lovely, but she would also, like, if you didn't pander to her, she would absolutely throw a temper tantrum. And I didn't know any of this about her before she came into my class. This was all stuff that I found out like afterwards. And she came in, and when I tell you, she had the most perfect eyebrows I have ever seen in my entire life. Like, they were laminated like to an inch of their lives. They were perfect. And I just, like, she walked in, and I just kind of like double took, and I was like, I love your eyebrows. And I was like, this is such a random thing for a teacher to say. I was like, I'm so sorry, but like, your eyebrows are incredible. And considering like kids are not allowed to wear like makeup to school, I was like, beautiful, great work, 10 out of 10. She was good as gold for me. And every time like people will be like, why do you behave for Miss but not for me? And she's like, well, she complimented my eyebrows. And I was like, that was 6 months ago. Like, that was ages ago. That's not a reason to be respectful. Be nice to other teachers. They also would compliment you if they knew that's literally what it would take to get you to do some work. Like, it's not difficult. It was so funny. She was so cute. But when I left, I have it somewhere in like a memory box. Somewhere I've got like all this, like the cards and stuff they gave me when I left teaching. She gave me like a card saying that I was like her favorite teacher, and then a photo of just her eyebrows, not her eyes, not her whole face, just her eyebrows. And I thought that was the funniest thing I'd ever seen, because I was like, it was such like a throwaway comment, but I know that she's gonna be in her 30s. She's going to be talking to her friends, and they're going to be talking about the teachers that they hated and the teachers that they liked. And she'd be like, there was this one English teacher who complimented my eyebrows, so I gave her a photo of my eyebrows, and I'm going to be part of that story, and I think that's adorable. So, I had a 29-year-old teacher who fully looked like a student. Yeah, I had to wear... So I used to walk around with my teacher binder, because the sheer number of times I was asked by other teachers why I wasn't in uniform. And I'd be like, because I'm a teacher. Like,
I work here.
And I'm like, thank you for the compliment. I'm glad I have a baby face, but also I'm a teacher. So...
See, I was a primary school teacher, and I did look very, very young when I started, and used to teach year 5. And occasionally they would walk in, like, you know, like visitors would come in and go, where's the teacher? And I'd be sitting down with the children. I was like, oh God, they think I'm one of the children. This is so bad.
I'm not a child. I'm an adult.
No, so yeah, obviously the great thing I think with teaching primary is that you are removed in terms of age, and I think generally the behaviour management stuff is totally different. Like,
it's so different.
Different strategies to get them on board, because I've done stuff as an author with teenagers, and I find teenagers a lot harder to grab than primary school children. All you need to do is make your voice really peppy and like engaging, and everything feels exciting and magical. And like that's how I did it with primary. Like that was my behaviour management, because they'd know when I wasn't happy, because I wasn't like being a Disney princess.
Yeah, like suddenly,
secondary.
Yeah, I remember when, again, like during my teacher training, they were like, right, when you teach year 7s, that's exactly, you have to do the same thing, because that's what they're used to, is you have to be like really peppy and stuff like that. And it's like, you will lose that, because they will learn that it's secondary school now, and they're big kids now, and they will lose that. But like those first few weeks, like you have to continue that, because that's how they're used to being managed. And I was like, I find this very difficult, because I have been awake for 2 hours and I'm already struggling. Like, this is a lot. So I don't think I could teach. I always find it really funny, the split between secondary and primary school teachers, is how definitively both teachers will be like, I couldn't teach that age. I could not teach primary. I could not. And I know so many primary school teachers that are like, no, you can do secondary. I'm good.
I don't know enough about any subject to teach at secondary level, so I think that would be the main hurdle. Maybe English if I really push myself. But
I feel like you could, yeah. Like English is pretty straightforward. I think the fact that you can have a nuanced conversation, you can do it. Like it's not difficult.
I just have to prep. I don't know any of it, but I think maybe I could if I did a little bit more.
So long as you prep your lessons in advance, they're never gonna know. They're never gonna know. Yeah, big gap. See you later. I hope you have a nice evening. Hello, Sean. Hope you're well. Eating to Mr. Creepy. What timing? Yeah, Mr. Creepy. Eyebrow pick. That's amazing. And I finally reached the bottom of the comments. I really thought I would do that quicker. I think I've taken longer every single time.
Well, because I keep interrupting to talk about stuff that people bring
up. I'm not mad about it, Cara. I'm not mad about it.
I'm so sorry. I've just been listening to you like pop off about all these weird, creepy stuff, and I'm like, I was a problematic student because I fancied my English teacher.
I know,
but
you did.
Okay, but as we were discussing, though, there is a kind of like fancying, but like knowing that you're not going to do anything about it, and that it shouldn't, that nothing should be done about it. Like,
I was fully aware he was like married and like nothing was ever gonna happen.
See, I think that's different. Yeah,
he was like so fit, and he used to just like lean over to like help other people in the desk, and you know, it was just like one of those things, and I was just like, so I'm a problematic human. So I'm also real tired. You've seen I've gone a lot.
Yeah, you've got more horizontal.
I'm trying. I'm holding on.
This is my one fear. Like, I don't care. So when I started teaching, I had to get rid of my blog, which I was devastated about, because it was all about like my love life and sex life and everything else like that. And you can't have a life when you're a teacher. I feel like I probably get away with still having YouTube if I did go back to teaching. My fear is that I swear like a trooper now. Like, I don't know what happened, but I swear so much now. And that would be the one thing that I feel like I would need to curb. Even if teachers did swear, I don't think we'd get away with it now. We do live for the interruptions, though. We wrote a fanfic about our English teachers. Oh my god.
Okay, I never ever
I love that.
did that, but that's amazing.
I love that. I'm here for that. My mum works at a secondary school, so yeah, that's fair. Hey Emma, hope you're well.
Parasocial crush,
yeah.
exactly.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you
Sure.
for saying parasocial, because I've been sat here this entire time trying to say there is a word for that relationship, and I cannot remember.
Okay, sure, but I enjoyed the Pretty Little Liars storyline up until like the last season, and I was like, I don't understand anymore.
Thing is, I think this is the thing is like when I was younger,
They deliberately made it
pre-teacher?
palatable and romantic. Like,
For sure.
Yeah.
And like they were very clear that he wasn't actually that much older than her.
No,
Like,
and he was also very aware that he could lose his job. Like, there was that threat the
he
entire
should
time.
have. He should have.
Well, he did
Yeah.
lose his job because then he had to go and get another job to go to uni.
Arrest that man.
Arrest that man.
I like the realistic, like, when the parents found out though of like absolute disgust and anger and being like, she is underage.
Yeah, valid. I think a student liking a teacher is something that's not bad. Yeah. The teacher I found was in a band, and I've seen the band live twice, and the music was even on my Spotify Wrapped. That's fair. That's cute. But yeah. Okay. I'm fully prepped to do another sprint, but I do also appreciate that it is 10:10 if people do want to go to bed. So I will leave it to you guys to decide. Do you have the energy for another sprint?
I do not. I will be tipping.
Yeah.
Fair.
I can hang out for one more sprint because it's like
Amazing.
after.
We can do half an hour if it's easier. I don't mind.
Either way is good. Yeah, we could do half an hour.
Sweet. Okay. Lizzie, are you sticking around?
I mean,
Lizzie, you look stoned as well. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm
Like,
not,
there's like
I
a
am-
vibe to just the way you're
I
staring into
I
space.
think Lizzie should sleep.
I
Yeah.
am exhausted. This is like the longest weekend of my life. I've done Friday 2 shifts, Saturday 2 shifts, today all day, and now like it's hit me, and I'm like, I've got to go back to work tomorrow.
Mhm.
Like, oh my god.
But you and Zach have not stopped. Like, Zach was going to join us, but he just did not have it in him. And he's been upstairs playing games. When he came downstairs to get the hot chocolate earlier, he was like a zombie walking. Like, he was struggling. And I said I fully expected him to be asleep. I fully expect him to be asleep now, to be honest.
I've got 2 shifts on Tuesday. Oh my god, when am I going to stop? I'm not stopping.
Yeah. Go to sleep, Lizzie.
No, I need to feed the cats and stuff, and
It is late where you are, Celine, to be fair.
I want to listen to my audiobook a little bit.
Yeah, you're going to do one more?
No, I'm gonna watch, I think. Just so if I do fall asleep, it's not such a big deal.
That's fair. It just really, like, I can barely see you. You're just like,
It's
so
throughout the sprint, Lizzie's just getting more and more like horizontal.
Look,
Yeah,
I think I did quite well for the first couple, and
You
now I'm
did.
just like, I'm too tired.
And what about you, Amy? You sticking around for one more, or are you heading off?
I need to go to sleep, and I've got a little person who tends to wake around this time, so I feel like if I say I'd do it, he's just going to wake up anyway. So
That's totally fair.
Yeah.
That's totally fair. Well, I've really enjoyed having you all here anyway. I hope you sleep well. I hope you feel better, Hannah, as well. And I hope the outline outlines itself for you, Amy.
thank you. I really hope that it is just done next time I turn my computer on, but
Yeah, it's just magically.
please. Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's always really lovely to come on. I'm sorry, I feel like I'm slightly more distracted than usual. I'm so chronically deadlined. I'm like,
No, you're fine.
call
You're
me
fine.
every few seconds.
No worries. Right, well, I'll catch you guys later then.
No, thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Bye.
Oh, I
There we go. Hannah's struggling to turn off her computer. I was like, it's fine. We got it. I know what happened. I find it very funny, but I wanted to start with that one. For the lols. Yeah, I'm so tired. My eyes are killing me. We'll do this last sprint. We'll do for half an hour so we can just get some reading in. See you later. Sleep well. Go the fuck to bed, Lizzie. Bye. Okay, cool. Right, let's set up the sprint. Right, Lizzie, I haven't started yet, and you're stomping down those stairs like nobody's business.
I'm trying not to, but I can't walk properly.
Can you hear Lizzie whinging? Can you hear any
A
of that?
little bit, yeah.
I can't walk properly. And it's like, why are you downstairs?
Do I need to feed the cats?
The cats have been fed because it's 10 o'clock. They've just smacked their knee against the door. I'm gonna make sure they're alive. I will see you guys in half an hour.
Yeah.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
It would still count though.
No, it wouldn't.
It would. So I'm having a debate with Zach about whether Palace Gates is a noun and whether it be 2 words or 1.
Would that mean that Castle Gates is a
Yes. Because they are
Palace-
specific names to a place.
They're just they're just gates. The palace bit is irrelevant. They're just gates. Gates is the noun.
Yes.
Palace gate.
Okay, so what would palace be then? Is that just an
Palace is a-
adjective?
Palace-
It's a noun, isn't it?
Palace is an adverb.
Well,
It's not an adverb because it's not describing a moving word.
I'm moving into the palace.
Just get out.
I think it's a noun that's being used as an adjective.
Get out,
Yes,
palace, Belgium.
it is.
Yeah.
It is.
I forget
But-
what that's called.
You understand language. Zach doesn't.
I speak it. That's enough. I don't need to understand.
I will say that he managed to distract me that entire sprint. We were just sat here chatting.
What were we chatting about, Hannah?
Do you want me to tell
I
everyone?
don't.
No, I don't think so. I didn't think so.
Have fun.
Thanks. How'd you get on, Cara?
It was good. I am at, let's see. I just finished chapter 17. Still enjoying it a lot. I feel like the author really like nailed what meeting Mary Lennox would be like near the beginning of the book because she's such a little brat and I adore her. So yeah, it's been really nice. I've been really enjoying this one. Because like we were talking about, I also didn't love the most recent one, but I'm liking this one a lot more.
Okay, good. That fills me with joy because I've been putting it off because it's the one I've got left until I'm caught up with the series, and I've been really trying hard recently to catch up with series and finish series rather than start a new series. And I've been avoiding it, and I've got 4 books, and they fit perfectly in a shelf, and I'm like, do I want to just leave it there, or do I want to unhaul them because I don't love the most recent one? Because I don't need them. Am I going to reread them? Maybe not. But I think actually, if I do like the last one, I will reread them. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
Yeah.
Let's see how everyone else got on. Let me scroll back up to where we were. Oh my god, so many comments. People just full on having a conversation. Okay, so we got to here. For short story, half an hour. We can. And then people started reading. I'm still awake. I'm listening to my audiobook. I'm pleased to say it's easy to listen to. Love that for you. I didn't stop at the end of my chapter. I'm going to regret it tomorrow. It turns out I was waiting to shower. I turned the bang on the next room, so still lurking, and I finished my book. I'm so pleased for you. And you were reading The Chill, I believe. A village was demolished and drowned by provided water and sea. Actually, this is based on like a real thing, isn't it? We were talking about this the other day. Wanting to destroy the dam in the city. Yeah. Then we've got ooze and side eyes. A baked pumpkin spice cup. Oh my god. I have seen
Sounds
this
amazing.
thing where people are making cinnamon rolls, but they're wrapping string around them so that they come out shaped like pumpkins. And I need
That
it.
is
I need it in my life.
adorable. Wow.
Boyfriend goals. I need a boyfriend who bakes. I don't have a boyfriend at all, but I'd like a boyfriend who bakes.
Specifically, the baking variety.
Mm-hmm. Or cooks or bakes. Because I feel like if he cooks, he will get into baking. I just don't like cooking, but I really like cake. So I don't think it's a big ask. At the moment, it's a big ask to find a boyfriend. Full stop. But I don't think it's a big ask to be like, when I have found a boyfriend, he should bake.
Yeah. Thanks.
The chapter was short, felt snappy, brilliant. Yeah. If you do, I hope you enjoy. I'm giving it 4 stars. Nice. Emma managed 40 pages. Just got to an intense moment. Are you going to continue? 3 pages left of this chapter. Oh, come on. You can finish those 3 pages. You could do that with me sitting there chatting. I love the English. Palace gates. 2 words, noun. 50 pages, then another 5 because I went back to Les Mis. Fair. We always stick words together. Yeah. They do that in German as well. Like they'll have like it's a sentence, but it's essentially 1 word. I'm so close to 50%. I want to get there. I'm sure you will if Zach stops distracting you because I can hear you guys chatting upstairs. Being a distraction.
All right, fair enough.
Same in Swedish when words get together. Yeah, written as 1 word. 2 words. I managed to edit 4 minutes of the vlog. Nice. In 30 minutes. How sad will you be if there's no Gothtober vlog? I'd be devastated. Wouldn't be able to cope. I'd be inconsolable. Or I'd understand because life happens. I do want a personal chef. Yeah. There's a guy that is exactly what I want. There's a guy that used to be like a Michelin star chef out in Australia who then moved. He's really good friends with my parents. His cooking is incredible, and he will put things together that to him is just like, this is just leftovers, and I'll be like, this is incredible. And we met a couple of times like through work and stuff. He knows my parents quite well. We went to an outdoor Shakespeare evening where they were doing scenes from different like comedies and things like that, but they were like just one-off like scenes and things, but it was like a bring your own type scenario, so you had to bring your own food and drink and stuff like that and then sit on a picnic blanket. It was lovely. We went to Sainsbury's, which is like a local supermarket, and spent like 80 quid on just like picky bits. Then sat next to these people, didn't touch our food because he had brought all these things that he'd made. He made this like salted caramel cheesecake. I still think about it. Oh my god, it was. I'm not like, I won't reach for a cheesecake. It is not my favorite of all the cakes.
Yeah, same.
This cheesecake, incredible. And then he'd done like a kangaroo like pie, but it's like a pork pie, but kangaroo. Oh my god, it was amazing. And he was like, "There's so many kangaroos in Australia."
What do you mean a kangaroo pie? Like,
so in Australia, obviously, like in New Zealand and Australia, they have a lot of cattle. Like that's one of their like main things. The only animal they have more of than cattle is kangaroo.
So you literally mean like kangaroo meat? Oh my god!
And they will literally like raise them like cattle.
I'm having a moment here.
And it was delicious.
Did not know that. I did not know that. I did not know that people ate kangaroo. This is like shocking to me. Wow. Okay.
It was really nice. It was kind of like, have you ever had? You're not vegetarian, are you? I feel like if you are, like, okay, cool. I was like, I'm gonna start talking about meat, and I'm like, I'm vegetarian or vegan, and this is not me. Have you ever had like rabbit or like a rich red meat type thing?
No, I don't.
Okay, well, it's kind of like it's not as tough as beef, but it is on like that red side. But it's also not like red turkey. Like it's a bit richer than that. So it's a really kind of like weird like middle ground of very, very rich, strong red meat. It's delicious. Okay. It's really nice.
Okay. I remember I was at I remember which like theme park it was. This was like years ago. Oh, it's Knott's Berry Farm, which is like a very weird. It's a theme park that's also like mainly known for the food, and it literally started out as a berry farm. It's like a very strange thing, but it's kind of awesome, and their food is incredible. And I remember like one time we were there, and they have all of these like different like food stands, and of course like the thing that they're known for is it like boysenberries, I think, which is like this weird little like frankenberry that they've created that is delicious. And so they'll put like these sauces on things, and it's amazing. And I remember we were at this one stand where you could order like a few different kinds of like fries or like things like that, like chips. And there was one that was called alligator fries, and we thought it was like just like, we didn't get it. We heard people in front of us in line talking about it, and we had all assumed that it was just like a fun little quirky name that, you know, because it looked like alligator or something. Literally alligator meat, like like that they put on it. And so I really shouldn't be that shocked by the kangaroo thing, because I think that makes a lot more sense than alligator.
Yeah, I feel like it's a real admittedly, obviously, I know that there's like a big wave of like vegetarianism and veganism at the moment, but I feel like it's a very human thing to be like, no, we have this meat because it was readily available where we live. And I feel like in some places it's alligator, in some places it's shark, and in other places it's kangaroo.
I don't know why it
we just
feels
started
so
eating
much.
it, you know?
Yeah, I don't know why it feels so much like weirder to me that it's like you're eating a reptile. Like for some reason that's like extra strange. But
I remember my nan was saying that when she went to China, she ordered, or like there was like soup that was like ordered to the table, and she thought it was mushroom soup, like it tasted like mushroom soup. She was really enjoying it, and it was only until she got to the bottom of the bowl and she found a snake skin in it that she realized it was not mushroom soup. And the thing is, she was like, it was delicious. And I was like, I'm sure it was. But I don't know how I would feel when I got to the bottom of the bowl and was like, oh.
A snake skin. Yeah. Like the not knowing what you're eating thing is.
I feel like my aunt's Chinese, and I feel like my aunt just did her dirty with that and just didn't tell her what it was. It was just like, oh, I'm not going to tell you because you're eating it, and I don't want you to cause a scene.
Right. We can have this discussion after.
Yeah. We'll talk about it later. I have just sent you via WhatsApp the video of how they did it because it looks incredible. My housemates do not bake. No. Big, massive disappointments. There is not a single one of us that enjoys cooking, and I'm the only one that bakes. And even then, like, Zach does not have a sweet tooth, so he doesn't care, and Lizzie just doesn't really engage with it. Like, just isn't that fussed. And also, like, Lizzie doesn't eat that much, is what I'm trying to say. So I will be like, okay, I've made cake because I want pudding. And Lizzie will be like, well, I had half of my dinner, so I'm good. And I'm like, why do you guys hate me?
Yeah.
Like, why can't we have nice things?
I know.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you've got 5 minutes to finish. I got ready for bed and read 7 pages. Nice. I can't wait to put pajamas on. I'm so excited. 390 pages. I'm on page 2. Yeah, we were talking about this very early on. It's the last 100 pages. You can finish that. That's fine. And it's Holly Jackson. Nice. Which I need to read now. Now that I have finished A Good Girl's Guide to Murder, I need to read it. I wasn't that interested in this one. Now I need to read it. When I have a soldier on editing, I'm like, do it for yes, do it for me. Dude. Do it for me, please. I would need to see that. You need, like, you know, the Simpson meme that's got like the photos where like Homer Simpson's got like all the photos of like Maggie on his desk, and it's like, do it for her, do it for me. I'm really into education now, and I don't want to stop. It's almost midnight. Good. I'm glad it's hooked you. And to be fair, it's not like you don't have to be up early tomorrow, do you? Do you? Go to bed, Grandma. Neither my phone or laptop have any battery left. I feel like you. Yeah, go to bed. Go to bed. I'm a vegetarian, but if an animal is extremely overpopulating in its area, it's more logical to eat that animal than anything else. Yeah, I agree. I think that is why they started eating kangaroo in the first place. But it is delicious. I mean, yeah, we have, it makes sense. But also shocked back in the day when I heard people eating horse meat. It just never occurred to me. Yeah, that's fair. I do find it really interesting because horse, I find as an animal really interesting, because in places where you think horse meat would be the readily available meat, the actual horse itself is such a driving force in culture that it isn't relevant. So, like, for example, like in like Vietnam or like Mongols or anything like that, where it's really important that they still have like those as like a means of transport and for like just general working. They won't eat the horses because they're so important. Yeah. But it's also like one of the few animals that they can raise in those environments. So you think they would eat them, but they don't eat them for those reasons.
Yeah.
I need to bake more. Ingredients are expensive. I'm a big fan of everything comes in a box. And there is a bit, I'm talking about my book again, Cara, I'm so sorry. There's a bit in my book where they need to make a wedding cake very quickly. And they need to have just something that they can give to the bride and groom because the cake hasn't arrived, or the cake's arrived broken, or whatever it was. And this is based on the same guy, Graham, who's the caterer. He's done wedding catering before. And he said that whenever they had to do like a wedding cake, or if there was like, it's a decorative cake they'd have out, or birthday cake, they would just use box cake. They would just make it en masse. He's like, because it is such a perfect recipe, and usually it only requires milk or water to like bind it together, which is again is very, very cheap. It makes it a lot easier to make, and especially to make en masse. So I have stolen that bit of advice he gave me and I put it in my book.
Yeah. Well, and also if you've heard the sort of like extra life hack on top of that is if you want to make a box cake taste like extra homemade, you add an extra egg, you use milk instead of water, and what's the last thing? Can't remember what the last thing is, but it's like it really is so hard to tell the difference like at that point because it's like they have perfected the recipe. That's why they're selling it, you know? Like
yeah.
I'll have to look up what the third thing is, but
I can't refer I don't know what that means, but okay. But time for that to change, so worth reading. I'm trying so hard to. Oh, Good Girls Guide to Murder. I was like, I'm trying to put that together, but that's fair. That's what I mean. Yes, we were same brain. There's so many spiders. I hate that for you. There's a spider currently just living in my window, and it can stay there. I'm not touching it. Not doing anything about it.
Yeah.
But I just need to sleep. Yeah, so that's fair. I hope you sleep well. I know you're heading to bed. Good night. Box cakes are a win. My favorite ones are the devil cake, like the dark chocolate ones. So delicious. Meanwhile, in Iceland, horses are massively important, but also eaten. They'll eat the ones they don't want to keep breeding with. Fair.
I think the best boxed cake, and it's always like a seasonal flavor that you can only get for like a month and a half of the year, which I hate, but like Trader Joe's has the like pumpkin spice kind of like cupcake mix, and if you specifically make it like they tell you with like the giant muffin tin, and then you do the icing that they tell you to do, which is like the orange icing, it is incredible. It is so good, and I'm so sad that you can't get it year round. It's like only October and November.
There's a guy on TikTok that I follow who shows you how to make your own syrups, and he's like, obviously it's pumpkin spice season, so we're going to do it again. He's like, I've done this every year and it's the same recipe. He's like, but there is no reason for you to only have your pumpkin spiced in pumpkin spice season, and you should not have to pay $11 for it. And I was like, I love that, and I love that he's like made this whole thing, and he's like, it does taste exactly like the like Starbucks Costa version. So.
Okay, you gotta send me that link.
I will try and find it. And I literally said the cinnamon one a second ago, so I feel like I can find it.
I love it. It's funny because I'm not like I enjoy certain pumpkin spice flavored things, but I don't think of it as like, oh, it's finally pumpkin spice season. I can finally get that until it's like the cupcakes, and I'm like, I get to have those again.
See, for me, it's more like I don't like coffee. So the fact that it's always like, I feel like it's always pumpkin spiced coffees, and I don't like that, which makes it trickier. But I do like at Christmas when they take all the chocolatey flavor things and they add mint or orange to them. I like orange. Love that.
One of the snacks that I miss most from when I was like traveling in the UK and Ireland was those chocolate orange things you guys have that are like the Christmas candies that like literally just look like an orange in wedges, but it's like orange flavored chocolate instead. I'm sure it's like the most basic candy, the most basic snack, but we don't have them here.
All right, I'm going to spend the next 10 years trying to find. I feel like.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll if you just send me the person's name, I'll just look up.
This is what I'm saying is I can't. I follow so many baking things. I think it is this one. So I'm going to save those, and I will. It might be. I think if it is this one, his name is just Dan. Like that's helpful. Just narrow that one down.
Yeah, not many Dans online, I'm sure.
No. Okay, I will come back to it. I will find it.
Yeah, no worries. You know what you might like, Hannah? Do you like chai lattes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
So, and I'm sure Starbucks is not the only one that does this because it's not that complicated. But I think they just recently started doing this. It's a pumpkin chai. So it's basically a chai latte, but they add like the pumpkin spice flavoring and maybe like something else. It is amazing. So that's not coffee, but it's like pumpkin-y goodness. It's delicious.
Yeah. Okay. That I can get on board with, because I feel like I really like cinnamon. And like more recently, I really like cinnamon, and I really like sugar. So a chai latte is just those two things. I'm like,
Perfect.
this is delicious.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna keep scrolling. I will find it. I'm really annoyed at myself that I didn't save it, because now that like there's loads of different recipes on TikTok, but it's like this one in particular that I really want to find, because especially because I really like his content, the way he, like, I don't follow him, but he kind of like just pops up on my For You page every now and then. And the other thing is I try to avoid following people that I really like their content of, because every time I do, suddenly they're just not on my For You page anymore.
So. Yeah. Not really how the algorithm's supposed to work, but
also Pixie suggested maybe it was salt, and Emma said maybe vanilla extract. Was it one of those two?
It might be.
Or Abby suggested butter. It might be butter.
You know, it could also
be that. Any of those.
I need to actually like find. Okay, this is my research project while we.
Yeah, whilst I find the pumpkin spice syrup guy, and there's so goddamn many. I just know that he was like really. It might be this one. I'm gonna watch these later and find out. But yeah, so we have a spider chilling in our living room. As long as it's in sight, yeah. So long as I can see it, I don't care. It can stay there.
Right. As long as it's minding its business.
Yes. Agreed. Are you familiar with Terry's chocolate orange? Is that something that you get over in the US? Oh, it's delicious. It's a ball of orange flavored chocolate.
That's the one I was talking about. I was saying like that's one of the things that I miss the most, like the food things that I miss the most about when I was in the UK and Ireland, because I love fruit flavored chocolate. Like that is like one of my favorite flavor combinations. So
well, I've got your address because you've ordered stuff from Waypoint before. So yeah. I've got a DHL contract. You need those snacks, you let me know. I will happily import them to you.
Oh my gosh, yes. Hannah, you can be my fancy snack dealer. I love that.
Fancy snack dealer. I remember a friend of mine was about to spend 6 months out in Canada, and he was like, I'm genuinely concerned that they're not going to have like good tea bags or Monster Munch. So I put a pack together of like first aid stuff, but in them I put your emergency tea bag and a packet of Monster Munch. I was like, it's got to be. Yeah.
I love that.
Didn't know that. Yeah, top tier chocolate. And they had an anniversary last year or earlier this year that meant all of the boxes were like 75 pence, whereas they're usually like £2. And I was like, this is incredible.
Yes.
I will just devour the whole thing. I have no qualms with eating the whole thing.
It's so good.
They do a mint flavored one now. Yeah, delicious. We all want one, Lizzie.
I know.
We have holidays in early December, cinnamon cookies, delicious. Yeah, that's fair. It's my favorite, because of, I get why, like, this time of year is such a foodie time of year, but it is my favorite that it's a foodie time of year. Makes me happy. Okay. Delicious. Unacceptable, Pixie. Next time you come over, we'll get you a chocolate orange. Have you filtered the videos you watched? No. Can I do that? How do I do that? Filters. People you follow, which I don't. It just says relevance, date posted, people I like. No, I can't seem to do that, which is annoying. But I didn't think it was that long ago that I'd watched it. This is my other issue, is I will scroll through TikTok for hours and then I'll be like, why can't I find this one video that I want? If I ever get there, I will. Yeah. Hannah clearly zoned out. Yeah, I went to a special place.
Well, I think you were searching for that link for me, though.
I'm really bad at doing that. It's like, if I'm reading something, I am not listening to you. I went for like, it wasn't like a formal interview or anything, but I went to look at a university and we were talking to the head of the department and he handed me the module paper for like the things that so it was basically like a breakdown of everything we'd learned. And as he handed it to me, I just started reading it and he asked me a question. And I remember my mom like slapped my leg and was just like, can you pay attention? And was like mad at me that I was not paying attention to him anymore. And I went, I'm really sorry, but you gave me something to read. Yeah. I was like, that was like my instinct was to just sit and read it. And he was like, that's good. He's like, that's a good sign. Like, he gave it to me to keep. And I did end up going to that university. And I had like read through this whole thing over the summer because I was like, well, why not? Like, get a head start. And it had like tea stains on it, and I'd like dogged pages, and it was a mess. And I was like embarrassed. I was like, he's gonna remember me because I'm gonna be the only person who's actually rocked up with one of these things, and then it's an absolute tatty mess. And like when he sat down, he was like, I knew when you sat there and read it that you would be great for this course. Now that I can see how well loved this is, you'll be fine. Like, you'll be fine.
Yes,
I was like, I love that. So, gonna head out. I'm gonna knock on your door regardless, Lizzie. I'm still gonna wake you up as I go upstairs just to annoy you. Everyone else is saying goodnight and sleep well. I'm saying I'm gonna wake you. Oh, Lizzie had like a full-on conversation with Zach the other day when Zach came home from work late. Lizzie doesn't remember it. They were asleep for the entire thing. They just don't remember it. Yeah, it's a problem. I can't go on TikTok before bed now. Can't be trusted. Can't be trusted. I'm starting a challenge tomorrow, and it includes not scrolling until I've posted my own video, and I'm worried with how I'll do. You'll be fine. You'll do it.
I believe
You'll
in you.
do it. But anyway, I'm going to call this here because we've been streaming for 4 hours and we've done plenty of reading. I'm very pleased with the amount of reading I've done. Didn't get any writing done, which is fine. It happens. But I'm sprinting again next week at the exact same time. So I'm actually, that's the next live show is on Saturday. We are doing a quiz night all about creature feature films. So that should be very fun. And then I'm live streaming again and doing a sprint on the Sunday. So should be a good time. Have you got any nice plans for this week? Any spooky plans?
Not a lot really. I might be doing some baking, which will be amazing because I'm not like a big fan of cooking, but I do love baking. So I might be doing that, which is more like cozy than spooky, but yeah. So that's
I
pretty
love
much
that
it.
for you.
Yeah.
Thank you for stream. You're welcome. I feel like it's shot forward. Let's see where we got to. I don't have TikTok for that reason.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair. Pathetic vlog, and I can't. You are so welcome. I hope you guys all had a fun evening. It's my dad's on Sunday, so I'll miss it. But you'll be around for the quiz. You will be around for the quiz, I assume. Good night. I hope you sleep well. That's fair. That's fair. My parents are coming for my birthday on Saturday because Friday the 13th. So maybe I'll rock up. Who knows?
Very Gothtober to have your birthday on Friday the 13th.
I'm really excited that we're having a Friday the 13th during Gothtober. That makes me so happy. Yes. Yeah. And you'll be 27 next time. I love that both you and Abby have birthdays this week. That's exciting. But yes, I've really enjoyed this evening. I'm glad you guys have too. And I will see you all again very soon. Bye.